welcome to the third annual
There it is.
Suncoast Kickoff Media Day here at Carroll GMC.
Absolutely.
I'm here with Monty Jacobs from Carroll GMC, and Monty, your guys do a fantastic job setting us up every year for us, and we do appreciate your continued support of what we're doing here.
Absolutely.
Really
Yeah. Happy to do it.
While we're here, what are we looking forward to from Carroll GMC the next couple weeks?
Well, a couple things I got to do first, right? I got to give a shout out to my wife Janet for helping us get set up here, and all the guys and everybody put a lot of effort into this. If it looks nice, it's because it's made with love.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, everybody here loves football, loves the Suncoast, loves the high schools, loves the local media, so it's really exciting for us to be a part of it. As far as GMC goes right now, I have all kinds of specials, including interest rates and discounts, and I have inventory, I have trucks, I got full-size SUVs, all the stuff that nobody's got. If you come in and you say, gee whiz, I saw the Suncoast kickoff show, might get you a little extra discount maybe.
Oh, okay. That works great.
Absolutely.
So, again, thank you for all your help.
Of course.
Also want to thank a few other people. Brew Burgers.
Yep, Brew
Brew
Burgers,
Burgers.
Bacon, yep.
Big help with some food here.
Absolutely.
Also want to thank one of our sponsors, which is Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida. Locally owned, nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes, businesses across the Gulf Coast. Give them a call if you need for all your roofing needs at 941-251-4257. And I got that out of my mouth.
You did good. That was almost like you had that memorized, John. Good job.
Also, introduction real quick. Behind us, our backdrop here, the Port Charlotte Pirates. We'll be on here in a second. Want to introduce over here on the I guess the dais over here, James Hill, sports reporter. Rich Bedolari, WENG sports reporter, and Xavier McKnight, ABC 7 sports reporter. And who you can't see, who probably you should be seeing, is Gia Lancey from SNN Sports. So we appreciate them all being here. With that, we're going to kick it over to Rich. Rich, go ahead and get started, and we'll talk to the Port Charlotte Pirates.
All right. Coach Jordan Ingman is here. 14th season. Hard to believe. I remember when you were hired, and the program was... There wasn't really a program. You have built something very special down in Port Charlotte, haven't you?
Well, it's almost, I appreciate the kind words, but there's a lot of people that work really hard, and I'm blessed to work with a great staff, huge staff now, and we got great kids. We've had 3 very special senior classes in a row, got another special senior class, and the guys just keep raising the bar. So, like I said, I appreciate it, but there's a lot of guys that work really hard that deserve a lot of credit for that growth. And, we have 23 coaches on staff, and they're professional. And I feel incredibly blessed to walk in the staff room. I asked one guy a question. Our quarterback's coach is on his 57th year, and our offensive line coach is on his 39th year. I played for Coach Hickson. And that type of knowledge and professionalism, pride and performance is something I value. When we started 14 years ago, there was only 6 of us, and I remember I was so embarrassed that I'd have to call a JV game on Thursday night. I'd go up to the box, and I'd have a coach I taught the signals to, and I'd call the game from the box, and he'd signal it so the parents would think that he was calling the game. They didn't know that I was calling the game because we didn't have enough coaches. So having 23 guys now that are really, really hard workers and having guys that care a lot, on the way up here, we had a very passionate discussion about who won in practice this morning. And I couldn't help as I was driving, trying to decipher Dre's music. I couldn't help but be so proud that these guys cared that much about a Friday practice at 6 a.m. about who won this morning. So there's a lot of guys that deserve a lot of credit, the players and our big staff that work very hard.
Why don't you introduce the players for us?
Madre Green's going to be a senior for us. Great player. He's played inside backer, outside backer. He actually started as a freshman, nobody knows this, at corner in a regional playoff game. And he's morphed into a 1,000-pound total guy. He's continued to develop in the weight room and now plays inside and outside for us and running back. Logan Flaherty, everybody in the Suncoast knows, quarterback, going to be a junior. Broke our school all-time record, touchdown record last year as a sophomore. And then Maddox Woodabort. He's played inside backer for us, outside backer for us. He's a very passionate leader for us and great young man. Never get in trouble, they work really hard and couldn't be more thankful for how hard they work.
So, Coach, you said something interesting there just about, how passionate that conversation was on the ride here about winning in practice. So many times when we hear this from so many different programs, but those are also the programs that usually have the most success. They talk about winning each day, winning the day. How important is that for what you're trying to establish down at Port Charlotte each year, year in and year out? And I ask that because obviously one of the biggest parts of football is building a culture, any sport for that matter, building a locker room culture. And one of the things that helps establish that is a mission statement. If you do have a mission statement, would you mind sharing exactly what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. So a mistake I made early in my career, I think every coach would say there's things they would like to do over, is we focus too much on the external factors starting. And I had a really good friend that worked for Coach Saban in Alabama that gave me the inside scoop on the mindset. We actually schematically run what they do on defense. And I realized 4 years ago that my messaging to the players was wrong. And we were too focused on the opponent and not as focused on us in our daily growth. And I'll keep those in the house, but we do a lot of things internally to measure ourselves and focus on our growth and tune out really the external factors and who we're playing. Because at the end of the day, if we don't put our best foot forward and our mind's not right, it doesn't matter who we're playing. You can win by 30 points and still not get better that week. And that's where I failed our teams early in my career, is being too focused on the other team and not focused on what we were doing that day to get better. Because there's teams that sometimes you're better than, and if you don't get better that week, then you get put out of the playoffs early. So that's huge for us. It's all about our focus every day and what we're doing to get better at Port Charlotte High School.
Coach, your quarterback, Logan, he's been able to throw it around, make all the throws, make guys better, and he has an opportunity to high ceiling. Talk a little bit about him and what you're looking forward to this season as more people jump on board to offer him.
Well, I'm looking forward. He's been handed the keys to the truck. We have a progression where when the young man is a first-year starter, especially he was only a sophomore year, so everybody forgets that, okay? He was still adjusting to varsity speed, so there was handcuffs per se, okay? We put into I'm keeping it in the house once again, but let's just say he has complete freedom this year, and we trust him. And part of the trust stems from his daily prep. Every day he's intentional with practice. There's not a day we come on the grass that he's not locked in trying to get better and trying to compete and trying to win. So this year, the biggest thing we're excited about is him having the keys to the truck and having more flexibility to keep us out of bad plays per se, okay, and then create more explosives due to him having more freedom and a little bit more of a different system internally that allows him to captivate his athleticism as long with the guys around him's athleticism.
Coach, you guys had a lot of success last season. Every team out there in America wants to win a state championship, and they're trying to figure that out. Just talk a little bit about your team this year, and do you have everything you need to get that done? And so far, what are you seeing, and what are the workouts like?
That's, and I hate to be cliche. I know it's probably in your role, it's probably annoying, but I see through a straw. Like somebody asked me the other day something that happened in like the world, and I said, "What are you talking about?" So I'm focused on what we did today wrong, what we got to do this afternoon to get better. So we have the tools in the shed, but if the tools aren't sharpened every day, then we won't accomplish our goals. There's been years where we didn't have all the tools we needed, missing a shovel, missing a rake, whatever it is. We got the shovels, got the rakes, got the wheelbarrows that we need, but those have to be developed every day or we'll fall short of our goals and our dreams.
Let me pose some of the questions to the players. Madre, let me come over to you because you're going into your senior year. So coming off of the offseason, talk to me a little about how your offseason training went and also how you've been able to change that throughout the course of the years that you've been playing football. What are some of the things that you've implemented each year to try to improve your game and just where you're going as a person with this game each year?
So I improved, like, reading the play. So back in the day when I was a freshman, I just used to try to go too fast. I used to just crash everywhere too fast and didn't understand the game, just like my speed. But as I got older, my mental capacity started to expand. I started to, my temper slowed down. Like I didn't get like it's quick and like quick to go. I don't know how to explain it like truly, but I just started to ease up. And so come junior year, I say like I started taking a lot of resteps, work with Coach Amar, sharp performance. He showed me how to like keep my pad level a little lower, shed blocks. My boy Maddox right here, Maddox, Micah, Taylor Akers, Micah Big Brother. They all showed me how to like get in the drop steps, like take my restep, get in my drop, zone off, like if somebody running a slant, pass it off in out, just doing stuff like that, learning like that, and then just becoming a better leader. Like I just learned how to become a better leader, talk to my team. My freshman year, I used to always just yell a lot, and then like as I got older, I learned how to talk, be more calm with the team, more passionate about the game. I learned more passion, in my opinion. That's what I feel like.
More of the hurdles that you've had, and Maddox and Logan, feel free to chime in on this part too. More of the hurdles that you've had when it comes to this game, do you find the challenges that you have physically to be more demanding or more difficult to work through than what happens mentally? Because a lot of what you do in this game is also about the mental part of things as well.
I would say everything to me was all mental. I say my mental has built up. Freshman year, I say when a play happened, I never thought 6 seconds and forget. As I got older, I think it's because the senior classes got better and they started to preach it more. Like last year, they always just say just forget. Like it'd be a player there and then who was like they'd get angry, but like the leaders would tell us just forget. And so as I got older, it's just like I just started to 6 seconds forget, and then like my mental just grew. It was never physically. I don't think physically it was hard because like we physically like work hard every day, and I feel like we there, and I just feel like it's all mental to us, in my opinion. I don't know how y'all feel.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. Just physically, I feel like we prepare really hard. We work really hard throughout the off season. But like I would say mentally, the same thing Dre said. Just learning how to just forget plays and like make mistakes and move past it without like letting it ruin your whole game or ruin your whole season per se. Like I feel like, especially like he said, the senior class and the coaches have done a really good job on just preaching like 6 seconds on that play. Whatever happens, you got to flush it and move on to the next play and just keep going and keep going. And I feel like like Dre said, the senior classes have really preached that and set the standard on how to deal with that, the mental side of things.
So physically we train, obviously, but we also do train our mental toughness at practice. Coach Eman said, "Oh, keep that in the house." But we are definitely always prepared for every moment and every situation, and I think proper preparation equals proper performance. So we prepare for everything properly. We perfect what we do. We make mistakes. We flush it. We move on to the next play.
So, Maddox, let me ask you another question here, because you all went 10-3 last season. You ended up falling short in the regional finals against Naples. Is that a driving force for you guys, that defeat, as you come into this season, or are you not thinking so much about it, or are you just letting the past be the past and you're just moving forward with what you have to do right now?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. You got to worry about what you're doing in the moment, right? Like, we got to be better at practice every single day. We got to do the best of what we do in the moment. Now, the past is the past. We haven't won nothing. Like, I don't care what we did last season. I care about what's going to happen this season. You know what I'm saying? So in order to win the regional championship or win states, we gotta get better every single day. It has nothing to do with last year. You know what I'm saying? Like, last year is a driving force for sure, because like you got to come out more hungry. Last year makes us focus on the moment more because we don't take any time off. We're always full go. Because if we're always full go, we'll get to where we need to be.
Logan, let me ask you a question as well, if I may, because you're a junior here. So you still have another year to go beyond this. Do you feel a pressure to want to get this done for your senior classmates this year, knowing that it's their last time around to win a state high school championship?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a pressure because I feel like we all got a really great bond, and I don't feel like it's going to be a thing where if it doesn't happen, they're going to hate me. We won't be friends outside of football, but, like, I'll tell you, like, as a man, I cried last year. Like, I probably played my worst game all season in the regional championship, and I felt like I let my brothers down. So, like, I cried, and it was hard on me, and it took me a few weeks to just kind of snap back out of it. So, like, talking about, like, driving force, like, to me, that's a driving force to me, to show up and wake up every day at 5 a.m. and go to practice and be focused and want to get better each and every day. And for my brothers around me that have been here for 4 years working, I feel like it's a thing. Like, we're going to go make it happen, and we're going to go do it. But I wouldn't say it's like a pressure to where I'm stressing about it, because I know whatever happens, we're gonna come out as family. We're gonna still have that relationship together at the end of the day.
Logan, obviously you guys had a great season last year, but you also had a great season. What are your goals for your junior season?
I would say focus on the team goals. Really, I would say one, we want to come back out. We want to go right back to the regional championship. We'd like to win it and move forward to the state championship. Obviously, that's every team's goal. From a personal perspective, I'd like to just, break the touchdown record again. That'd be pretty cool. Hopefully, with that being said, I could score enough and break the school record, who's also held by our old quarterback, Logan Rogers, who was a very, very good quarterback. But I would say personal record, I would like to do that and try and beat that record again. So that's kind of what I've been focusing on, and obviously as a team, winning as many games as possible and going to get that ring.
All right, Port Charlotte Pirates, Coach Jordan Ingman. One last question for you. A lot of, you went to Port Charlotte High. You've been there. You took 1 year off, went to Auburn when you first started, and then you came back. Is this the ultimate job for you? It
is. So I, as a competitor, I wanted to see the college level, and I love Saturdays. I did, but I got a chance to see how much they're on the road, and they couldn't, in my opinion, develop the relationship with the players. Like these guys, we lift weights with them. We're with them all year. We're not on the road like college. So I'm blessed to be in a great situation. Jarrett Davis has been with me for 14 years. He's my best friend. He runs the defense. I get to go work with a great staff every day that cares about the players, and they take pride in their job. They care about being successful, and I get to work with a great group of kids. I mean, you listen to their answers. I mean, I'm very proud of their answers. I mean, so this is the ultimate job for me. I work for an administration that cares about football, that understands this isn't a hobby. I get frustrated when people think this is a hobby. This is the development of young men so they can go on and be successful. We hope every single player develops characteristics and traits in our program that allows them to be more successful when they're done, as a husband, as a father. So I couldn't be more grateful for who I get to work with, who I get to work for, and where I get to work. So yes, sir, it is.
All right. There it is, the Port Charlotte Pirates preview of the 2025 football season. We'll take a timeout, come back, and Lakewood Ranch will be up next.
And welcome back to Carroll GMC for the Suncoast Media Kickoff Show. Behind me, he's back. It's Jimmy C, the Shark. You guys remember him from other places, but the Shark is back here, and he is selling cars, and he's also recommending Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida. So if you guys, for any of your roofing needs, call Mighty Dog at 941-251-4257. With that, next up is Lakewood Ranch. Take it away, James, Rich, Xavier, and Gia.
Coach, first and foremost, thank you for coming out. We want to, you can tell the fans your name and the name of these two gentlemen and the position they play.
My name is Scott Pervicini. I'm the head football coach at Lakewood Ranch. This is Cooper Orzel. He's a tight end and is going to play a little bit of linebacker this year. And that's Carter Baker. He's our left tackle.
Coach, high school football is extremely competitive. The Mustangs, you guys come back this year and you want to win games. Last year you won 6. You want to continue to increase that. But just talk about your program and what you guys are looking forward to this season, Mustangs football.
Yeah, I think right now we talk about it every day in the building, and that there's one way to do things, and that's the right way. We got a long schedule in front of us, but what I try to get these guys to understand is the next day is what's important, right? Like Monday practice is important, Tuesday practice is important, and that game is important, right? So we do have a long schedule, we do have a lot of football to play, but the most important day for us is just going to be the next one. So we're super excited. We got a positive group. They're working really hard. They're flying around. We're having intense practices. So, we got a group of loyal guys that are committed, true to the cause of what we're trying to do at Lakewood Ranch. That's a true community school. Everybody that goes to our school lives in our district. We're closed to school choice. We're closed to hardship. So all these guys that we have in the green and white are all Lakewood Ranch residents. So I think it's a unique place in terms of our area and what other people do, getting kids and that sort of thing. So we're proud of that. And again, there's one way to do it, and it's the right way. And these guys have bought into that, and they believe in it.
Coach, you all took some major steps last year as a program. You just did miss out on the playoffs, though, and I know that was disappointing. But can you just speak about some of the things that you're the most proud of that you all were able to do just as a program last year, taking those steps forward?
Yeah, I think it obviously, right, Coach West did a good job at Lakewood Ranch before I got there, so I had a good foundation to build upon and kind of write the foundation in the way that I wanted it. Obviously, we're going to be different in some aspects just because it's different leadership in charge, but, I can't be more proud of this group right here, the senior group, and those that have played, for us the past 2 years. They've done a good job of understanding what we're trying to accomplish, what we're trying to do, the different nuances in my coaching style versus the previous staff. And they've just bought in for the cause. They've stayed committed, I think we put a layer on the foundation last year, but obviously we're still trying to get to where we want to be, competitive on all games, and just have the ability to go out and compete every Friday night. And these guys are the backbone that's getting us there for sure. When everything's going right, it's because of them. When everything's going wrong, it's because of me. So these guys make my job easy. And I'm grateful to have them, and I think just our buy-in in terms of leadership and culture has taken a tremendous leap from year 1, 2, and then 3.
Coach Pervicini, in your third year now at the program, and we've talked about it with a lot of coaches on this show. It's the program. You got to start from the bottom, the Pop Warner, and up into the freshmen and how it progresses. Tell me where you're at as far as mentally, where the program is right now, at sitting off a 6-4 season.
Yeah, if you look at the tradition, the history of Lakewood Ranch, there's not a ton. The school's 25 years old, but in terms of what we've done in football, it's been, rather small. So I think, again, for us, it's just where is the program? We're just trying to take the next step. And I think what's important and what makes high school football difficult is that success looks different in many stages of a program build or dependent upon where you're at and so forth. So, I try never to compare us to other people. I just try to worry about our guys and who's in our building. And I think ultimately that group that we have in the building right now is one of our better teams that I've had since we've been here in terms of culture, in terms of leadership, in terms of buy-in and discipline and being fundamentally sound. So, I'm super excited where we are. I think if I was going to look at myself from year 1 to year 3, obviously you want instant results. You want it now. You want it to happen as fast as it can. But the roadmap that we're on, to me, is definitely headed into the right direction, and it's all thanks to the guys that are in our building.
So you guys have had some transfers and graduation. You guys lost a few too. So how are you
Yeah, obviously we've had some transfers, but I'm worried about the guys that we got sitting next to me and the guys that are in front of me at practice. And, obviously these two guys are going to be big-time football players for us. Aiden Getschow's doing great things at middle linebacker. And, we're going to be young somewhat in the secondary. Kamarian Jones is back. And our offensive line, we're going to start 5 seniors on the offensive line. And all of these guys got reps last year. And I'm super excited with the hiring of our new O-line coach and what he's been able to do in a short 2-week period. To get these guys communicated and flying around. And, I'm a Lakewood Ranch graduate, and I feel like kind of, back in, I'll call it back in the day, it was about 12 years ago, I guess, but back in the day, we kind of had that offensive line, that mentality of we're just going to begin to grind people, we're going to control the clock, and I feel like we're slowly getting to that point of our offensive line is going to be an anchor for us, obviously, and, success is often tied to the line of scrimmage, and I'm very happy with the offensive line and the way they've worked, so that entire offensive line group is going to be big for us, and again, it's just, playmakers that we're going to have young guys, right? Some guys are going to have to step up, and we don't necessarily know who those guys are yet because the pressure makes everything a little bit different, right, on a Friday night versus what's happening on Tuesday in practice. So,
Coach, you mentioned something there that I want to elaborate a little more on, though. You said that success can look different to so many others depending on what stage you are with that. Can you provide an example of what you mean when you say that? And I ask that because obviously wins and losses, those are the main things that folks look at, as well as what is in the box score. How do you judge something that is based off of success and where you're going with your program that others might not be able to see through your lens?
Right, yeah, I think that's a great question, right? It's tough when you're not in the building every day to see progress and to see buy-in and culture and that sort of thing, right? On the outside, everybody is looking at wins, right? And obviously that's our goal. We want to go out and we want to win football games, right? But we also want to develop young men. We got a great leadership program that we involve our kids in and a captain's course that all those that want to be a captain have to go through. And ultimately the buy-in for our program, the team is what is important, right? And I think we have a great group of individuals and a great group of playmakers, but for me, I'm looking at our success from how were we when I got there versus to how we are now. And I think the value of the team for me is what is got me excited in terms of where we're headed and where we're going is these guys are beginning to have some brotherhood. They're beginning to have some unity. They're beginning to play for each other, have each other's backs. And not that we didn't have that in the first 2 years, but obviously, in my opinion, it's not where it is now. So for me, that's a successful step in the right direction of where we're trying to go.
Coach, your first game is against Lemon Bay, and they'll come by today, but just talk a little bit about that opportunity. Everybody wants to win the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was something we were able to do last year. This would be my 3rd year here. We've played Lemon Bay week 1 all 3 years, so they got us my first year, and we were able to win last year. And for their long rain delay, I think we didn't kick off that game until like 9 o'clock last year or something. But, obviously every opportunity is important, and that's why I try to get these guys to understand not only is the game important, but the next rep is important, the next play is important. Everything is important, right? So how do you balance the level of importancy and then the stress that we put on you from a playmaker, from a coaching standpoint, right? And I think it's my job for the most part to be able to manage that for them and put them in the right positions to be able to just go out and play football. And ultimately, football is a great game, but it is a game, right? Like, these guys have so much stress that they go through in life with school and everything else that they have. Like, football is an outlet for many of them, right? So I think it's my job as the head football coach to give them an environment they can excel in, to give them an environment that they can play stress-free in, right? And know that they're going to get coached hard and they're going to get loved hard, but how does that look? And for that week 1 opportunity, they have to be excited, right? Ultimately, they have to be the ones that want to go out and go get it, and we got to do the best job we can do as a coaching staff to put them in the right position. But, these guys understand the importance, especially these two going into their senior year. Carter's kind of new to football. He started playing his junior year. He was a baseball pitcher, so he doesn't have that long 4-year journey necessarily that Cooper has, right? So I think the time for him, he understands that. And so does Cooper, right, because he's worked so hard for it for so long. But ultimately, I try to get the young guys to buy into the fact of, look, your seniors got 10 guaranteed games, right? You might have more, but these guys got 10. If you're not doing it for them, if you're not excited for their opportunity, we're doing ourselves a disservice. So we're super excited. Lemon Bay is a well-coached football team, and they run an offense that's a little bit unique. So we're excited for every opportunity that we have this year, and we're ready to compete.
Going based off of just what you just said, I want to piggyback a little bit off of that and go over to Carter, if I may. How has your transition to football been different for you coming from baseball? How has your training had to change? How have those things How have they been different?
You know, we have a great staff. Coach Shaq, he really helps us a lot in the weight room. He gives us a lot of pointers, and you know, the transition as far as culture-wise has been seamless for me. You know, I love all my teammates. You know, got Coach P has a lot of great things to say for us, and you know, he keeps us locked in and focused throughout the season. So I'd say it's been pretty seamless for me.
Why don't you hand the mic over and talk a little bit about the same thing there, about your transition and how, you know, you're a senior now. Talk to me a little bit about what your level of expectation is for the team as well as yourself.
For the team, I expect us to have a winning season. You know, every game go out there and leave the other teams thinking, dang, Lakewood Ranch is a tough team to go against. For myself, I expect myself to play to a higher standard than I held myself to last year. I have one more shot at football guaranteed, so I have to make the most of it.
Coach, you mentioned you have a new O-line coach in just a couple of weeks. What's your philosophy going to be on offense this coming year?
Yeah, you know, so we're kind of in a couple transition modes. You know, I promoted Coach BJ Farrow to the offensive coordinator role, which I had last year. So now I'm kind of doing something different for myself and just trying to manage both sides of the ball and manage our team culture and that sort of thing. And I got so much trust and faith in Coach Farrow. He's been with me for 3 years, came with me from Bradenton Christian over to Lakewood Ranch. So I'm super happy with him and the job he's done and the buy-in that our kids have into him. So it's unique in that standpoint. And then obviously our new offensive line coach, he's young in his venture in terms of being in our program, but the amount of buy-in that he's gotten out of these kids in a short time is truly remarkable. So, you know, our identity on offense, we run the triple option. We do it out of the spread. It's very similar to what Liberty is doing now, the Coastal Carolina days when Grayson McCall was there. And, you know, the logic behind that is how often do you see the triple option? You know, it helps neutralize the playing field in some certain where it gives somebody they have to practice going against option versus just seeing the same spread offense that, you know, a lot of people run. So our identity on offense is going to be the triple option, and we're going to use it to set things up for us. And, you know, these guys have bought into it, and you know, I'm excited to see our offense go from our first year running the triple into the second year. And, you know, we got some good support systems in place with some mentors and that sort of thing. So super excited to see our transition from year one to year two, and then obviously with Coach Farrow calling the plays as well.
Cooper, so you learned both sides of the ball for this season. How are you feeling about contributing on both sides?
I'm really excited for it. You know, obviously tight end, I've been there. This will be my third year playing that. And then linebacker opportunity really came in the spring. I kind of took it, just started working on it, and I'm really excited to be able to make an impact on both sides.
And Coach, are there a few other players that are kind of learning both sides as well?
Yeah, we got a handful. I think obviously our job is to try to put the right guys in the right position, and obviously there'll be packages and different stuff when these guys go on the field. But there's a handful of other kids that are getting reps on both sides of the ball.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you very much for joining us here with our high school football preview. Wish you nothing but the best of luck this year, not only against Lemon Bay, but the entire season.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
All right. Coming up next will be the Braden River Pirates after we take this short timeout.
And we're back here at Carroll GMC for our media day today. Next up is the Braden River Pirates, but before I go to them, I want to thank Brews the Bagels, also known as Brew Burgers, for bringing the bagels by this morning. Appreciate all their help and their support during this situation. And again, thank you to Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida, locally owned, nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes, businesses across the Gulf Coast. Call them at 941-251-4257 for all your roofing needs. And here we go to Xavier.
All right. Thanks so much for that, John. We are pleased now to be joined by head coach Jason Grain and the Braden River Pirates. Coach, thanks for being here today. If you could, please introduce us to your players.
Thank you for having us, gentlemen. Going down here from left to right, junior quarterback Lewis Indesinor, senior wide receiver and safety Nicholas Chinelli, and right tackle, and we'll be moonlighting on the defensive line a little bit, Darius Pompey, a junior. These are 3 of our 4 team captains for the season. Very upstanding, hardworking young men, and we're going to be leaning on us as a coaching staff, for them to provide the leadership to bring this team together and bring us at our apex.
Coach, you are going into your second season here with the team as the head coach, as I just said. But it's almost like this is your first full off season that you were able to have with this team as well, if I may say it, because you came in the spring of last year as opposed to coming in during the winter. What are already some of the differences that you have noticed about the team, the locker room, and the culture as you prepare to go into the 2025 season?
It's a great question, and with us, we were able to start our off-season program. We had 6 a.m. workouts during the spring. Our guys really got good in the weight room, showed proficiency in the weight room. They got stronger. You could see their bodies changing, and we're really able to work the development process. Following the season, we sat down as a staff, and our main objective was about development. Our defensive coordinator, Coach Farmer, runs the weight room, and he really had the know-how. And in that case, I assisted him in terms of the logistics and making sure that, hey, we were on time and all that good stuff. And he had a blueprint for the weight room, and it took shape. In addition to that, just the schematics, we were able to get the reps, repetition. So those things, and starting from the top of the process, were a big help for us. Allowed our kids to play faster and get confident as we went through the spring.
As you go into this second season, like I said, you were hired in the spring of last year. So you weren't able to get that full off season that you wanted to necessarily get. You were able to get that this time around. With that being said, do you feel that you have now been able to build the team that you want in your image and your eyes, that you want to be able to see out there on the field? Do you feel that you kind of necessarily didn't get to do that at times going into last year?
Well, opportunity is what you make it. I got there in the summer, and we did the best we could. A lot of it was on the fly. One of the mistakes I made, to be quite frank, was I didn't focus as much on development as I did on the retention and trying to keep, this player, that player, which happens in coaching changes. I didn't lean on, what I knew best was the developmental side of the game. So it allowed me, to your point, to really start fresh and really focus on development. This team it's a very tight-knit team. They're getting very close. And this other thing, too, is that we have a lot of older players. We're not starting freshmen. We're starting 1 sophomore, and we have 2 other sophomores in the rotation. But it's a junior and senior heavy team. So it's a lot of older players that have played through the fire, some first-time starters, but it's going to be guys that are older that are experienced.
You mentioned the retention thing, and that's a big thing around here. When you do change coaches, a lot of people, it's almost like they interview you when they're in the program. And I could see where things could get where you could get a little off schedule of what you want to do, which is the development. How has that been? Has that been something, did you expect it, and how has it gone?
It's expected, and those are things that happen, but what we have is a good nucleus right now, especially in certain positions. We're really strong on the offensive line with veteran players, very strong in the backfield. We have some good players in our offensive backfield that we're ready to unleash starting next week. So what we have are players that are bought into getting better, being the best they can be, and also that are hungry, and that's a good thing. That's a good mix of players to have.
Coach, I stopped by your program when you first got the job, and we had a really good talk there. When you think about what you've been able to do with USC and in the game of football, and to be able to come in and share that with these guys, what have you seen so far, and how important is the first game? Everyone wants to win.
Sure. With us going back in terms of my playing background, the guys will make fun of me when I try and go out there and demonstrate something. They'll just say I'm old and they'll be worried I'm going to fall down or something. So, that goes, and then that was before high definition television. So, they really make fun of me for being old with as far as my playing background. But first game is very important. We played Osceola last year, and that how it went. But with Osceola, they're a good opponent. I think we're looking them eye to eye. We had an opponent that was similar in the spring and did some good things. We actually let the lead slip, and that's something that, I take on myself as a coach. But the players played extremely well. And, one thing that I think they learned as a group, this group, how to play hard for 48 minutes and compete, to be in a tight game, play situational football. So I think we're much more prepared for Osceola this year.
Coach, you have 3 student athletes sitting here with Pirates football. Talk a little bit about each individual gentleman here and what they bring to this team.
Sure. I'm going to start on the end with Darius Pompey. He is the leader for our big men. He makes my job a lot easier. When we had our 6 a.m. workouts at 5:57, I saw him walking in every morning, and he was ready to go. If somebody wasn't pulling their weight, he was going to say something to them. And I think that our group on the offensive line, especially in the spring, till now has shown tremendous improvement, and that's on his leadership. His own game is outstanding, very physical player. A lot of times with big people, you're taught as kids, you want to play nice with everybody. He enjoys grabbing somebody across their chest and being physical and finishing blocks in the physical side of the game. So he sets the tone for our big guys. He's a competitor. Nicholas Chinelli's a senior. Had a brother that played for Braden River. His family is entrenched in the program. He takes a lot of pride in it. I am very appreciative of this young man for the leadership he's shown over the entire program through the offseason. Very happy that he had a big spring game, got the ball a lot. Actually got 2 interceptions on defense. So it was good for him. First time really under the lights being the guy, and he was making plays, and he's going to continue that. Our quarterback, Lewis and Desinor, I'm also the offensive coordinator, so he makes my job a lot easier. I don't even like to admit this on camera, but he'll bring a route concept up, and I said, boy, Lou, that looks pretty good. I said, how are we going to protect it? And he'll draw up the blocking scheme for it. I said, oh, Lou, you might be better at calling plays than I am. But I say that to say this: he's the one that they're chasing and trying to take his head off on game day. I'm just on the sideline calling plays. So we're able to really talk football. He's very advanced for his age in terms of knowledge of the game. His teammates have taken to him. Your quarterback is going to set the tone for the locker room, and it's become his team. I think that there's a consensus on that. Not to mention very good talent, extremely good athlete. My blood pressure gets up when he starts to run. Excellent ball placement, excellent with the fundamentals, very good on the board in terms of the knowledge of the game. So, yes, he makes our job easier. He allows us to, quite honestly, with all really good quarterbacks, give us a margin for error because your quarterback's able to make some plays for you.
Lewis, talk about stepping into the starting quarterback role and also having a good offensive line.
So when I first came here, it made it easier, having Sinelli and Wicks, because, coming in as a starting QB in a new program, you never know how the kids are going to mold to you. So coming in, putting my foot down and saying, hey, like we're going to win this year. And so it made it easy for me. And having the big guys down there, working hard for me, they show it every day. They show it every day. They put in the grind, put in the work. And I think it's the grit that they have to make sure that they do what they need to do. So.
And helping coach with calling plays and stuff, where does that kind of come from? Like, where do these ideas come from?
So, I've always studied the game. I'm always watching football. And so, also, John Gruden, a great coach. So,
when he came out with the quarterback series, I learned a lot from that series, and it just motivated me. Like, when you're smart on the board, you be just as smart as on the field, and it'll make it easier for you on the field because you know once you pre-snap read, you know what to expect. And so, I just come up with the ideas, ask him if he likes the idea, and if he does, you go ahead and implement it. So that's really it.
Coach, you mentioned you're the offensive coordinator.
Yes.
And he's basically you on the field. How much freedom do you give him? I mean, can he read the defense and change the play? Are you committed to the play that's called in the huddle? How do you handle that? Because he's young and you're new in the job.
Sure, Lou has plenty of freedom in terms of our route concepts without giving anything away.
Right.
But if we have a concept, there's a front side and a backside concept, he has the ability to go to the backside. In terms of his freedom, he does have freedom. There are plays built in there, run plays with an RPO or something tagged to it. And yes, if he sees it and it'll work, then we have to trust him. There's a friend of mine, one thing he told me, he's like, you have to empower your players and, allow them to be great and allow them to, because they're smarter than you think. And they're out there and they're more advanced than you think. So he said, empower your players. And I took that to heart, and especially with our quarterback. And I think he's, in the spring game he played well, 60% completions over 200 yards. To our line's credit, did not get sacked. So, as he was familiar with the system, and he picked it up very quickly. Sure, plenty of freedom. Want to really empower him. Want to stretch the boundaries of his knowledge as far as he can go. It's only going to make us better. It's not. I don't mean to be long-winded, but it's not about our ego as coaches. It's about efficiency and putting the guys in position to be successful.
I want to ask this question to all of the players. Any of you feel free to answer this if you may. You guys went 2-7 last season. That is not the standard of Braden River football that the community has come to expect. How personal do you take that, and how bad have you been chomping at the bit to want to get back out on the field and show everybody that, hey, that was just a blip and that we know what Braden River football is really about, and we're going to show you better than we can tell you?
So really, I've been, like you said, I've been in the program all 4 years of high school. My brother was in the program, so I was at every one of the games, and seeing them, how successful they were, it just made me even more excited to come into the program. And when I got there, I was never a starter until this year, because I was at a backup quarterback position, and then I switched positions to become a wide receiver and a safety, and just seeing all the hate and the negativity that it has come to Braden River, I just really want to stop that and prove to people that we are still the Braden River we used to be.
Off what he said, I just knew we were better than that. 2-7, I knew we can be better than what we were. I feel like by me switching positions from right tackle to going on defense, I feel like I can impact more in the games. That's the only reason I switched the defense, so we can have more impacts in the game. And the other side of the ball, don't expect me to be on the other side. So I feel like we can win more games. I feel like if other players stepped up, we can win more games. Being a leader, that's all it's about. Just asking your teammates, do you really want to play? Do you really? Then ask coach, can I switch positions to either offense or defense, it doesn't matter. Or even be on special teams. Switching your position, it's easy. And if you learn to adapt to that position, you can be on the field more and you can impact the game more than you already can. That's all.
Our biggest thing was, changing the narrative. We want to get back to the Braden River we used to be. And, a lot of, negativity based off of last year. That's just 1 year. It's a new year now. And so we're putting in the work. That's what people don't see. 6 a.m., we're putting in the work. While other people are asleep, we're putting in the work. So we're just trying to change our identity to, come in and we're going to win games. And that's going to be our mindset, and that's our goal, and that's what, what we're going to do. So.
If I can piggyback on that as well, our players, they wear a shirt. The defense has a white one, the offense has a maroon one. It says Braden River versus Braden River. we can control our own success. The outside world doesn't dictate what we do. We control our own success. That's what I are trying to really instill in our guys. I know Chinelli makes fun of me about it a little bit, but it's because he thinks it's corny. But it's Braden River versus Braden River, and that is that's one of those things that it's we control how good we can be.
All right. Well, again, we've been speaking with Coach Jason Green of the Braden River Pirates. Coach, wish you nothing but success throughout the entire season. Thanks to you and your players for coming in today.
Thank you for having us.
All right.
Thank you.
Again, we're live here, or not live, but we are at Carroll GMC, and we'll be back. Lemon Bay up next on the dais. Hey, John.
And we're back here at Carroll GMC for our Suncoast Media Day. A lot of things happening here. We've got Sharks running around. We've got media people running around. We got Cougars in the building. We got manta rays behind me. Guys, we're having a great time today. Appreciate you all watching us. Want to thank again Brew Burgers for dropping off the bagels, and for Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida for sponsoring us today. I feel like I need to sing a roofing song. I know one that I can't say on live TV, but I mean, there's some. So maybe I'll come up with the song. Maybe I'll sing a little jingle for them for Mighty Dog Roofing. But thank you to them as well. With that, kicking it over to James to talk to the Lemon Bay Manta Rays.
All right, folks, we are joined by Jason Mincing, the head coach at Lemon Bay High School. He has 4 of his gentlemen here, student athletes. Coach, tell us a little bit about this year's team, the expectations, and give us just a rundown of who each gentleman is, please.
Yeah, we're really excited about where we're at this year, a year into the program building, and our kids have worked so hard in developing their mental approach, not just physical approach. We've been practicing in the AM at 5:50 each morning, and that certainly takes a required level of discipline and work ethic that they've done and done cheerfully, more importantly. So we're really excited about where we're at, and like all seasons, we're a work in progress. We're trying to improve each day a little bit, and we've got guys who played a lot last year with a lot of injuries and all the adversity we faced last year with the different hurricanes and whatnot. We had a lot of guys get on the field that were young. So we have sophomores that are second-year starters and juniors that are second-year starters on top of these great seniors and captains I brought with me. So with that, I'll introduce these guys. I got Drew Mormon, who's our starting quarterback. He was a senior last year. He played some halfback as well. He got injured in the 4th game and rehabbed hard to get back to play basketball. He's a super hard worker and really passionate guy. That's what I like. The attribute I like most about his passion for life and football. So next to him we have Vinny Lulo. Vinny's kind of the heart of the team. He's a caregiver. He loves everybody. He wants what's best for the greater good. He's a tough guy. He's a linebacker, so that's always a plus too. But he's a guy that really has a big heart and is always looking out for his teammates. And then Luke Brown is the closet jokester. He doesn't let anyone know he's funny, but he's funny. And he started at free safety last year for us and is an incredible player. He's probably one of the top 2 or 3 safeties I've ever had in 26 years of coaching. Just has a knack to find the ball and has a great ability to break and react to different things in front of him, and likes to hit despite him being a little slight in size. He likes to get after it a little bit. And then our big man down at the end there is Noah Becker. He's a senior offensive lineman. He started at center last year for us and played outstanding, transitioning to tackle just because of his ability to be a great drive blocker on the edge. And Noah's gift is he's the guy who wants to wear the blue jeans and the boots and get a little dirty and make things a little messy around the world. And you need that up front, and he's got that for us. So we're excited about Noah, and these are our 4 captains. So.
Coach, how is your camp so far? What have you seen?
It's been a day-to-day progress. So like the first day, I'm not going to lie, I wasn't real elated. Today I'm elated. I'm jacked. We had a great day. We were really fired up. So each day we've seen improvement from our team, and we got a lot of kids that are rotating in a lot of different spots, trying to create competition, which is always good for the soul of everybody. But no, it's been great progress day to day, and the dynamic of practicing in the morning. We've had to talk a lot about our daily habits and how we prepare our mind and bodies for 5:50 practice. It's not the same as practicing at 2:30. You have to get up. You have to get your mind, you have to get up earlier than you want so that you're mentally prepared and motivated to get after it. You have to hydrate properly the day before because you don't have any time to drink water during the course of the day. You have to have the right amount of nutrition in you, but not too much in you. It's a big change. And I've seen us progress in that way as well. So on the field stuff, we've been going since spring ball with so many of the schematics that it's hard to even comment on the difference of that. But when it comes to the mind of the body, it's 4 times more important, and I've seen us really progress there. So,
Coach, you came from Michigan. Yeah. Little different atmosphere, a little different. You just mentioned a lot of the changes. Yeah. The 5:50 practice. You didn't ever have to do that up in Michigan. Yeah. Give me some of the other nuances and what you learned in year one to take into year two?
Yeah, I'm an ever learning, I think, but it's drastically different in a lot of ways. The weather is the biggest one, and the issue with the weather, obviously, we got the lightning and the heat and all those things that cause disruption, and that disruption is constant. It's never you're never getting in a routine. So I think the importance on this, and this is the learning point of that, is the layered impact of instruction matters.
Mm-hmm.
You have to build day to day to day on your instruction, and year to year to year, and month to month to month. And if there's constantly change, you're really putting yourself in a bad spot because of that disruption. The only base that you have is that knowledge that you have built as a habit, not just as something because you're going to be disrupted the next day. The other variable that's drastically different, and again, with the weather, is the fatigue factor. The depth of your roster matters a lot more than it does in Michigan. Michigan, you're going to have guys that go two ways, and they're going to be tired at the end of the game, and you're going to rest them a little bit. But you almost have to have two guys ready to go at every position just so that you can create some type of rotation. And our guys want to play two ways just like everybody else. But the reality is, especially in the early season games, until you get to that spot where you're conditioned for it, it's nearly impossible for the fatigue factor.
Coach, you all went 1-8 last season. That's obviously not the standard of Lemon Bay football. That's not where you want to be. What is the advice that you've been given to your players to keep this at the front of mind, but also to put it behind them at the same time? So not to dwell on it, but also don't forget about it and don't forget how it made you feel, and let's build and let's become better.
Yeah, I'm not very good at living in the past or the future. Our focus is let's get better today. And, the whole Saban process thing is there's nothing more true in sport than it's about the process, and the process is we are this today. So we're not defined by our past. We're not defined by our future. We're defined by what we were this morning. We had a great practice this morning, and now we got to use this weekend to physically, mentally prepare for Monday. So we need to get up in the morning tomorrow. We need to not sleep in until noon so that we have a crappy practice on Monday. We got to get up at 4:30, 5 o'clock tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we got to do the same thing again. So, that's where our constant focus is. I don't know if I've even talked about our record from last year. And I know I certainly haven't talked about our record even next week, because the fact is we have to work on right now. And then in the end, the result will take care of itself. One of our things that we always talk about is work wins. And as long as we keep working, we'll eventually win. And I believe in that. I believe that we just keep working hard day after day after day, and we have a group of people that are selfless and committed to one another, and we work hard. The results will be fine, and we'll enjoy that when that happens. But every day is enjoyable. We get too worried about what that end season result is, and we spend so much time worrying about the future that we don't enjoy today. And today's practice, man, it was fun. Our guys got out there, they got after it. It was fun. It was good stuff. We got better at football. And tomorrow's going to be fun, and the next day's going to be fun. So that's kind of how we think about it.
I want to piggyback off of you saying work wins, and I want to actually pose this question to the players. Any of you can answer this. When Coach says work wins, I know that that's a message that he preaches in the locker room constantly. How much have you all seen the work process with yourselves and your teammates improve, especially from where you are right now heading into this season to, say, where you were a year ago?
I think that we've been working extremely hard in this off season, and any team can come out there and say that because everyone has summer workouts, spring workouts. But I truly believe that we've had a culture change with Coach Mensing, and from we were at the point last year, we had so much adversity, and the way that Coach Mensing has helped us handle it, not only for our team but as individuals, we've all built way better relationships with one another, as well as just working extremely hard in this offseason, and we're just excited to go out there and show it through the rest of this season, and like Coach Mensing said, day by day. Any of you guys?
All right, so I'm going to stick with you. Talk to me about your, Coach mentioned you got injured in week 4 last year. Talk to me about the rehab. I mean, rehab can be just, it's something you have to almost self-drive, to get yourself back so that you can be prepared for this year. Talk to me about the rehab, and talk to me just how hard it was for you to get back.
Yes, sir. It was definitely a hard experience. I got injured right before actually the hurricanes that hit us, and I remember one of the first things that I was doing overcoming my injury was I was being on crutches as I was evacuating, and I remember that was just a hard situation in itself on top of my injury. And I was in that hotel that weekend working out and like getting my strength to my upper body if I couldn't work on my legs. My knee was the injury, and I was dealing with it throughout all of basketball season last year. But by the end of it, I was confident in my ability to make sharp cuts and, put that pressure and that weight on it. And one of the biggest things was my leg getting weaker. And I actually have been working really hard in this rehab process and getting stronger. And I've been fully committed to getting my leg back to its strength. And I've gone up significantly in my leg power in my squat. And I've really emphasized leg training overall.
Yeah, to Drew's credit, he had this injury and wanted to play in the last game so badly. He held for us. He held kicks for us just to get out there and play. And then in basketball, I think it was the second or third game I went to him. I go, I don't know if you should be out there, man. You're not cutting like normal. And of course, nobody was going to tell him no. But that's what you want in your quarterback, man. You want a guy who's going to line up and fight and be tough. And I love it.
Talk to me a little bit about the hurricane. Everybody can talk about the hurricane, but Inglewood got a direct hit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of guys were displaced for weeks.
Yep.
During that, and yet you still had to keep going. And I want the players also to talk a little bit about it. It was a unique situation. And talk to me, Coach, how you made yourself stronger from that.
Yeah, I'll let Luke comment first, and then I'll follow up.
Okay. The hurricane, I think, was just a great chance for just to see how much the community supports us. We have a great community around our football team, and it was nice to see just players coming out and just around the community helping clean it up, helping just without really being asked or forced. And it just showed me that my teammates, my coaches, everyone part of Lemon Bay football are all great people that are willing to help each other. And I think it just made us just tighter and just better as a program and a community as well. So.
Go ahead, Vinny. No? Do you have anything you want to add? Okay. And anytime there's a traumatic event or tragedy, there's an opportunity. And I was really proud of how our kids took that opportunity to serve their community. We had a lot of kids out in the community helping. And then at those moments, you're getting daily calls of people who need help, and they need help. Heck, last week we were helping a hurricane victim that home needed to be demolished, and they couldn't move the things out of their home, and we had 3 or 4 kids go over, and some of our coaches helped them move things out. And that's an opportunity because that's real life. That's serving in the ways that we do it from a life standpoint. So, that's the good that comes out of it. And to what Luke said, it unites people. When you are serving others, you're united. From a football standpoint and an instructional standpoint, it's pretty horrible. You're not getting better at football at that time. When you're dealing with a traumatic event, just like anything, it's triage, right? You got to take care of the people first, and you got to take care of needs first, and the football thing becomes a secondary thing. We played Estero last year after the second hurricane, and it was, I think, Wednesday at practice that we finally got back to practice, and about a third of the kids were there. So on that Friday, I remember self-talk being like, okay, this is going to be happy Jason today. This is going to be happy Jason today. These guys probably remember that too. Just because we were playing, our kids are going to play, and that's a good outlet. We certainly didn't play very well, and I don't know how happy I was after. I was trying to have positive self-talk for it. But the good that came out of it, I did feel like over the last 3 weeks, our team last year played much harder and much more together. And I don't know that if we had gone through all of that stuff, if that necessarily would have happened. So, we didn't play great football by any means, but we played tough and we played together for a few games. And I know guys were having more fun because of that too, even though our performance in the field wasn't what we wanted it to be.
When you look at moments like that, those are also big character building moments as well. Can you speak to the character of the 4 young men that you have here with you today?
Absolutely. So Noah down in the end, his goal in life is to get into a trade. And that's something he's been pretty steadfast on from day one. And, if you're going into that type of work you've got to have, number one, high character, because you're trusting other people, and people are got to be able to trust you, and you got to have a tremendous work ethic. And he's going to be fantastic in it. I don't have a doubt in my mind. And to the point, high school, you talk to a high school kid about football, and hey, are you interested in playing college football? And Noah could probably do that. And most kids are like, yeah, let's do that. And Noah's kind of like, I really want to go in this trade. Like, that's a maturity to understand what your future is and what's best for you. So, Luke, man, he's that 4.0 like guy who's always, I don't know that he's ever missed anything. Like, he just dependable, man. And I don't know if I can give a better compliment than dependability. Like, at the end of the day, you got to be dependable to your wife and your kids and your job and everything. And Luke's that. And I talked a little bit about Vinny already. That big heart, like that caregiver nature that he has. That's a special gift. He's been blessed with something there that's he's gonna change the world in his ways because of that heart. And then Drew, it comes back to that passion and that that inner drive that he has. That's his character trait that motivates others and is his superpower to always compete. So.
Coach, what are the goals this year? I mean, obviously, we talked about the record last year, flush it down the toilet. Yeah. What are the goals this year for not just you, but for the team?
Yeah.
What are you guys driving for?
And some things I haven't even said to these guys is I want to see us have a win of significance. Okay, and specifically early in the season. I don't know when that is, but these guys have worked their butts off, and I want to see them have a win in the early season that builds confidence. And it's one that none of you guys think is going to happen. That's what I want to see happen. I believe will happen. And then we've got a lot of games that I think if we can build that level of confidence, that we can flip the cord a little bit from where we were last year with those opponents. Now, where that is in the schedule, it's hard to tell at this point. Mm-hmm. So specifically, I want to see us get up early tomorrow morning. Like, that's the goal, though. Like, not getting back to the meat and potato. We got to get up early tomorrow morning so that Monday we're ready to go again. That's that's the big goal in the moment, is not to sleep in. And I want to see us hydrate and make good decisions this weekend. Like, that's the real goal, though.
Living in the moment.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Coach Jason Mensing of the Lemon Bay Manta Rays, thanks for joining us here at our high school football preview. Wish you nothing but success. Starts out next week with the Kickoff Classic.
Thanks so much for all you guys do for high school sports in Florida.
Appreciate it. Jason Mensing of Lemon Bay. Again, we're live at Carroll GMC, and we come back. It's the Cardinal Mooney Cougars on the dais.
back here at Carroll GMC for the next part of our Suncoast Media Day kickoff show. And I just want to make sure we thank everybody here at Carroll GMC for doing what they've done for us today. We just saw Mike Bacon from Brew Burgers, who brought the bagels in. Thanks to him for being here today. Thanks to our print media guys who are here today. Vinny Portel is over here to my left. He's the new the Sarasota Herald Tribune sports reporter. So thanks him for being here. And thanks to all the other guys who are here as well. With that, turning it over to Xavier to talk through the Cardinal Mooney Cougars. Here we go.
Thanks, John. We are pleased now to be joined by head coach Jared Clark and Cardinal Mooney. Coach, thanks for making the trip down today. Can you please introduce us to your players?
Absolutely. My pleasure to be here. This is Kofi Brown, who plays linebacker for us. This is Ethan Salata. He'll be our starting center this year. This is Chemistry Young, one of our wideouts.
Coach, talk to us a little bit just about how camp has gone. We're through the first 2 weeks now. Kickoff Classic is next week. You guys will make the trip to St. Thomas Aquinas. How have things gone so far as you all have been getting back into the swing of things?
Yeah, I think it's been great. You know, it's been a long time coming. We've been together for a while, you know, through winter, working out 4 days a week. You go through spring ball, you know, you go through summer. I think everybody's been waiting for fall camp to start, and it's here. And these guys are loving it. They're, you know, we have a high standard that these guys understand and they continue to raise. And the last week and a half, the last 2 weeks has been no different. We've continued to try and get better every day, and we've worked hard. And camp has gone very well, kind of as expected. A little bit of issues with lightning the last 2 days, but it's gone very well.
You all went 12-1 last year, but it's a bitter pill to have to swallow because that one came in the state semifinals against Cocoa. Obviously, it's not how you wanted to end last season. You would have loved to have gone back-to-back as state champions. But how has that been a driving force for you all, but how have you also not allowed it to become like the commanding force in the locker room? Yes, we know it happened. We want to right that wrong, but we have to move forward with what we have to do right now.
Yeah, I think it affected us in a couple ways. One, we're worried about us. Right, we got to continue to get better with what we can control every day. So that's all we're worried about is, you know, be where your feet are, be in the present, win today. You know, and when those things come up, when those opportunities come up again, they'll take care of themselves if you're prepared. But also, I think that we had to schedule a little tougher this year. So you know, we got some nationally ranked teams on the schedule. We got some historically really good teams like CCC and Berkeley Prep on the schedule. Obviously, Verot's always going to be on there. So, as a staff, as an athletic director, me and Rafael Fernandez and some of the staff got together and started talking about how can we prepare these guys more for you know, the Final Four and the playoff run and getting us back to a state championship. And I think one of the things that is important for us this year is that we have a tough schedule. We start off with St. Thomas Aquinas, and hopefully we find out a lot about this team after that game. You know, and these guys love it. They want to play competition. They're begging me to play these teams because they want to see how they measure up against the best in the country. And if you're the best in the state of Florida, in my opinion, you're the best in the country. So, yeah, those are some of the things that we've had to change a little bit, tweak a little bit going into this season.
Coach, the state semifinal game at home. Is that the goal again, get it at home? Because obviously you want to do as little traveling as possible. But like you said, you scheduled up, so you may have a nick or two going into the playoffs. Give me the yin and the yang, the scheduling up as opposed to playing at home.
Yeah, listen, we have 6 away games and we have 5 home games scheduled right now. So I think either way we're going to be prepared going into the playoffs. To be honest with you, we can't really control that other than, you know, if we win all our games, right? But I'm not worried about whether it's home or away. We'd love for it to be home. Obviously, we'd love to play in front of our home crowd. But we're going to prepare these guys to be road warriors as well as play their best at home.
Coach, talk about the leadership on your team. Like, thinking about this, I was really curious who you were going to bring because you have so many different leaders, some different key players. But, like, how do they all lead, or is it really just a few guys? Talk about the kind of chemistry of your team.
Yeah, me and Caroline were actually talking about this. We could probably bring all 25 of them down here, to be honest with you, and that's not a joke. But we kind of thought about it and, like, you know, Devin Menery is going to get a lot of publicity, and well deserved. He's an incredible young man. He's a quarterback and one of the great leaders on this team. He's been a leader since really his sophomore year. He's an exceptional young man. Guys like him and LaRon and Davin and Fat and Keneal Jackson. I think those guys get a lot of publicity, right? Elijah, those guys get a lot of publicity. So I wanted some of these guys who aren't great leaders, who work hard every day. Now chemistry gets a lot of publicity, but he decided to come with us, which is great. But yeah, these guys work hard every day. I think that as a senior class, over the last 2 years, they've really started to gel together. They all have similar, goals and aspirations, and they all understand how difficult it is to win a state championship. There's a lot of those guys that are seniors this year that were sophomores on that state championship team, and they're hungry, and they're all really talented, and they're all really good kids. So yeah, this was a difficult thing trying to pick 3 to come up here or down here, but they all could have come, and these guys were great representations of Mooney, and we have a great class, probably the best class that I've ever been around.
Coach, you've told me for years, stacking days, coming in every day with your lunch pail, and then you guys compete when the lights are on. A golden opportunity off the top, like literally on the road at their, but just talk about that high-level football in the Cardinal Mooney way.
Yeah, like you said, that's part of our culture. We try to compete every single day. We want these guys to wake up with a competitive nature. You're either getting better or you're getting worse every day, and we want to make sure these guys have no doubt that they're getting better every day. So how do you do that? Well, you wake up and splash some water in your face and get ready to go compete, wherever it is. If it's in the weight room or in the classroom or helping mom and dad or being a great brother or whatever it is, or on the practice field. And we want these guys to compete in all aspects of life, and you wake up every day with that type of mindset that you're going to grind today, and you got to earn the win every day. And then there's going to be days that it's not real easy to do that. So your habits are more important, your discipline is more important than the way you feel that day. And we got to have tough dudes. We got to have guys that have grit, and we work on that day in and day out. And these guys understand that. And then you go play a team like St. Thomas Aquinas, who is, what are they, 6-time, state champions? What have they won it, like 20 sometimes? How many times in the history of the program do you know?
A lot.
20, yeah.
Let's put it that way.
The most in the state of Florida.
Right.
Right. They are probably the premier program in the state of Florida. These guys want to see how they match up against that, and they understand what's in front of them. And I think that whatever happens in that game, our guys are going to learn a lot, and we're going to give it our best effort on every single play for 4 quarters. And when we walk out of that stadium, we're going to know a lot.
Coach, you have 2 talented quarterbacks in Devin McNary and Davin Davidson. What's your plan for the quarterback position this fall?
Yeah, I knew I was going to get that question. That's a great question. Here's the thing. They're so talented, both those guys. Like Devin Menery is everything you want in a leader, and he's your quarterback, right? The kid can do it all. He played without an MCL against Cocoa. Tore it the week before, rehabbed it for a week, played 4 quarters on it with no MCL, right? That's the type of kid he is. I can't say enough about him. He's an incredible young man. Davin Davidson is going to play a lot of football this year. That's how talented he is, okay? So these two, and the best part about it is they're great young men, and they're good friends. They love each other, and they understand and respect each other and how talented the other one is. And they understand that the other one can help us win games and that they deserve to play football. They deserve to have reps on Friday night. So as difficult as the decision is going to be to make, those 2 guys are going to make it really easy for us because they're such good young men. And I truly believe how they handle it is how we'll do this year, and they'll handle it great.
I want to pose this question to the players, if I may, because, Coach, you talked about how important it is to be a brother, and you talked about how close-knit these guys are. Talk to me about the brotherhood and the bond within the locker room and why it's so important to build that off the field in order to ensure that you'll have some success on the field.
Yeah, we talk about it. Is this for me or these guys? Sorry, go ahead.
We have a really good relationship with each other. A lot of this senior class, we've been together for a long time. And even off the field, out of the locker room, we're always hanging out, having dinners, watching film, and training on our own time to make sure we can make this year as big as possible. So our relationship's great. Yes, sir.
Anybody else want to jump in?
So we got a thing in our weight room. It's called TNT. That's what we live by. TNT, you think of like a dynamite. You bring explosion. That's what we are as a brotherhood. TNT stands for teammate, no doubt, toughness, and that's what we live by. So we carry each other, bring each other up. Yeah.
I think this year, the difference between this year and last year as a team, I think we all have bought in, and we all love each other in a different way than last year. It feels different than last year already. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing for us going into St. Thomas Aquinas is just all us, we know we got each other back. So that's the biggest thing for us as a team.
Coach, you can answer as well if you want.
Yeah, we talk about it. We talk about it a lot. And we talk about, like chemistry said, our cultures, we named it TNT, and it's teammate, no doubt, toughness. And the first and most important part of that is being a great teammate. And in order to be a great teammate, you gotta be accountable to the guy next to you. And it's much easier to be disciplined and tough and be accountable and compete every day when you love the guys that you go to work with every day. So we talk about being energy givers. You know, we've all been around the guy that comes in the room and just sucks all the energy out of the room, right? And we've all been around the guy that walks in the room and everybody wants to be around. We talked, be that guy. Be the guy that everybody wants to be around and bring energy every day, because not everybody's going to have it every day. So the more you can do that every day and love each other and understand that it's more about the team than the individual and grow bonds with each other, the harder you're going to work and the more you're going to want to be successful.
Coach, when you have depth and you can go to a number 2 or a 3 and not fall off and still play at an extremely high level, talk about that part of it, because you just next man up and he can come in and he can play.
Yeah, I think at the high school level, everybody deals with depth issues. It doesn't matter how big your school is. I think everybody has depth issues, especially on the offense and defensive line. We're lucky enough to have really good starters on both sides of the ball. And then at some positions, we do have some really good depth. At others, not as much. But the way we structure practice, everybody gets a lot of reps, so everybody should be prepared going into Friday night. And if their number is called, which has happened throughout the years, guys had to step up. Devin Menery's a perfect example of that. Guys have had to step up and play well, and they've done a really good job.
For the players, how do you guys feel to play for a program that is scheduling with really tough games? Because you guys, they don't necessarily have to do that. It's obviously harder for you guys, and you guys don't make the decisions, but to me, you should be proud to be playing for a team like that, right?
Yes, ma'am. I think the biggest thing about me choosing to come to Cardinal Mooney was I wanted to play better competition, and I think this year is a perfect example of that, because it's nobody on our schedule that you can say not going to win more than, I say, 10 games probably. So I think that's the biggest thing at being at Cardinal Mooney is just the level of play and the standard that we have is we try to meet that standard every day, and going against bigger and better schools is a perfect example of how we can do that.
I'd say this offseason, all the offseasons at Mooney, we've been working really hard, and the brotherhood and just everything we've been doing, it's really nice to see. We get to play in the big games and see where we stack up, and it means a lot to have that opportunity.
I think when you think of Cardinal Mooney, you don't think of a big school. You think of a little private school that is just, you don't think much of it. But when you think of like STA or Berkeley Prep, you think of just like bigger schools. So we schedule these big games to see where we can be with our team and how we can match up against them and what we can do to defeat those teams.
Yeah, chemistry is one of those guys begging me to play some of these teams. So these guys want it. They want to play really good competition.
What do you this is, you mentioned it's a big game, but it's still a kickoff classic. What do you expect to get out of this game, Coach?
Yeah, listen, again, STA is who they are. Mm-hmm. So I think you're going to find out things as far as how do you match up against elite level competition. But the bigger thing for us as a staff is just like every other kickoff classic, where there's certain things you can't simulate in practice that are going to happen in that game. And, we want to try to eliminate pre-snap penalties. We want to try to eliminate as many penalties as possible. Transitioning from special teams to offense, defense, getting your punt teams, all those things. Substitutions, all that. How are we in shape? Are we in game shape? All those things are things you're obviously going to come out there and find out a lot about. But you can't help but want to see how we match up against those guys, and our guys are excited about that as well.
And we're excited too. Yeah. Coach Jared Clark of the Cardinal Mooney Cougars, thank you very much for joining us here on our
pleasure.
High school football preview, and wish you nothing but the best of luck, not only Friday night, but for the rest of the season.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate being here.
All right. Again, we're live at Carroll GMC as we continue with our high school football previews. Up next, the Classical Academy, right after this timeout.
And we're back here at Carroll GMC for our Media Day. Thank you guys for watching, whoever's out there live. And thank you for everybody who's here today, all the print media, and of course our guys who are asking the questions here today. With that, we're going to turn it over to Rich Spitaleri. He's got a little bit of a read, and we're going to introduce the Classical Academy of Sarasota.
All right. This portion brought to you by Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida, locally owned, nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes and businesses across the Gulf Coast. 941-251-4257 is the number. Again, 941-251-4257. We take a little different turn here. We go to 8-man football, and the Classical Academy is here. Patriots along the front, being down from Boston. A little familiar with Patriots.
Yes, we get that a lot.
Yeah. Jeff McBride is the first-year head coach
Yes, sir.
of the Patriots of the Classical Academy. Coach, thanks for joining us.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for having us.
All right. You're welcome. Why don't you go ahead and introduce your players?
Here we have Mason Knepp, Brack Seppala, Brady Claybrook, and Nico Ionelli.
Okay. Coach, tough year last year. I know you were on the staff, but you weren't actually the head coach.
Correct.
So talk to me a little bit about what it's been since last year, spring ball, and then obviously the practice schedule, which is constantly wrecked by the weather.
Correct. No, we've had a great camp. Last year was a rough go for us, but we've put it behind us. We've learned our lessons and what we could take on a fresh start. So again, we've had a great camp. Emotionally, physically, mentally, everyone's undefeated going into this part of the year. So that's the standpoint that we're going to have, is to just trying to build on a solid season. We're prepared, so we're very excited to just get out of the gates fast and have some fun on Friday nights.
Are you one of those that's doing the really early morning practices before dark, or
we normally go from 8:30 to 10:30. So when we get out of there around 10 o'clock, we're feeling it. But it was important, I felt, for us to be heat conditioned. That was maybe some of the issues that we had last year based on the early morning practices. So hopefully we'll see the benefits of that this season.
Okay.
Coach, you're going into your 4th season overall here with the program, but it's your first as a head coach. And it's a totally different world from going from an assistant coach to a head coach.
Absolutely.
What are some of the challenges and hurdles that you already have had to overcome as you've stepped into this role, and you all haven't even played a game yet?
It's not challenge. It's just they're new challenges. So assistant coach, you have responsibilities, and you get comfortable with those responsibilities. In the new position, it's just new responsibilities that you're taking on at a new clip. It's not that they're hard. They're just you're trying to figure out how to adapt to the new challenges as well.
Talk to me a little bit, and this can go to the players. Talk to me a little bit. How do you, last year was a tough year. How do you get up? How do you train? How do you flush that and go into the season here?
Well, before I turn it over to the gentleman, we went through it together. Everyone here, we went through that together, and we learned our lessons. But the most important thing is we were together, and we learned from our mistakes. And there's two ways you can deal with it. You can sit in sorrow and wallow and think about this, or we can reset, regroup, take the lessons we learned, and use it for fuel. To when we are tired, we talk about being tired for someone else, and just use it in a positive manner to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So just learn from our mistakes, and just like I said, everyone's undefeated at this point in time, and that's where we're going to go, and we're going to build on it. And we're really looking forward to, like I said, this is not going to be the TCA of what we've been in the past. It's a new year, and we're looking forward to it.
Guys, somebody want to grab the mic? No, other mic.
Consider about last year is we were a very young team, so we had 8th, 9th graders filling up half the field almost every play. This year, almost every single player, we have a few new players, but every single player has played a season of football, so we have a good new experience, which is just going to be so much better, and it can be a really great thing for this year.
Coach, if
Yes,
I
sir.
may, the concept of 11 on 11,
Correct.
right? And then there's 8 on 8 football.
Correct.
Tell us the difference. Give the fans a little bit about that.
There's a big difference when it comes to, and that was, going through the assistant coach role, is the pass rush is on top of you fast. So the amount of time that you could, some of the schematics that you want to try to draw up in 11-man you have more time. Your drop backs are a lot faster. You have around 2 seconds to work with because your edges are right on top of you. But it does create a lot more space. So coming from the 8-man, obviously coaches want to get their players in one-on-one situations. If you can be creative in 8-man, you can give your boys space. They can work with it. So you can work it to your advantage as long as you know the difficulties that they have. And just to go back to what we were talking about earlier on with last year, the leadership that we have as far as our senior, we have Mace and Brack, they care. Like the amount of work that they put in the off season, if you have that type of leadership. We also have a senior by the name of Dawson Young. Unfortunately, he had a season-ending injury, but his leadership and their leadership and just their work, to know that the kids see how much they care, and they're in the weight room in the 1,000-pound club just busting their tails. It makes my life a lot easier, but that's going to be the differential between last year and this year is their leadership that we have this year.
Let me ask this question to the players as well. Do you feel that some of the process last year may have been a little too sped up for some of those younger teammates that you had, in particular, having to come up to that level so quickly? And do you feel that coming into this season that they have not only more experience, but they have a better know-how of what winning the day actually looks like?
So, yes and yes. So, you said that what was it you said?
So just coming into last season, a lot of those younger players, them coming up to this level as fast as they had to come up, do you feel that the processes may have been a little too sped up for them? And I don't mean that as a knock on the coaching staff. I mean that just in terms of the game is the game, and when you advance to different levels, it's going to be faster, and it's going to be a lot more that you have to understand. Yeah. Do you feel that may have played a role into why things may have gone some of the ways that they went last season?
Oh, yeah, 100%. When you don't play football at all, so we have a lot of guys who they just felt like playing football this year, so that's why they played, come out, try, work really hard. It's shocking to go onto an 8-man field and just be like, whoa, now I'm here. No prior experience of football whatsoever, and just go and do it. So definitely that was a huge factor.
And the second part of my question that I had there too was, football is obviously the ultimate team game, but it's also about winning each day. Do you feel like those guys coming back this season have a better idea and know-how of what winning the day actually looks like?
Yeah, I would say that. Just in my mind, I have 3 or 4 guys who definitely, I understand, they know that. Last year, they're like, yeah, I kind of like football, but now this year, they're like, yeah, we're into it 100%. We're putting reps in at home. We're studying playbooks at home. After practice, we're running sprints, all that stuff.
Does anyone else have anything else that they wanted to add to that?
So, this is for your first part of your question. Last year, we had, for practice, we would run our first team against second team. Second team is not who we're playing on Friday nights. We're playing against another first team. And so I feel like the preparation that we did last year was more we looked like prime Alabama against our second team. And so when we would go against the other team, we weren't prepared. And this year, for practice, we would have some first-string kids versus some first-string kids just in the summer, just to practice. And I feel like now that we have, you're going against your other team's ones, you're definitely more prepared. We're definitely more prepared for this season.
I would think there's a physical difference, too. You're talking about 8th and 9th graders, the development.
We're talking about roster size.
Right.
When you're in the 8-man and the private school world, the roster sizes are considerably different. So you have to get creative when it comes to practice. And to Nico's point, if we're putting our 1s against 2s, like I said, we look like Alabama, and then we show up on Friday night, we look like North Alabama. So we tried to just create just quality, intense, competitive practices to get the best reps possible on every play, so that when Friday night shows up, we are prepared again. So again, it's that was the goal. Some of the changes, again, just trying to do best by the kids. And to speak to your other question earlier about the difference between 8-man and 11-man, it doesn't matter if it's 6-man, whatever the number is, the lessons that we're trying to teach the kids through the game of football, but the lessons of life, to have them, just be better students, fathers, employees, husbands, whatever, those lessons don't change based on 11, 8. So, once we get that, that was big for me going in. We have some really high character kids, as every program does, but we're just trying to build on their character through the game.
Let me ask this other question here as well, because this is for the team as a whole here. Obviously, we all had a rough hurricane season last year, but going through moments like that, despite what that win-loss record looked like, just throw that out of the window for a second. Do you feel that having to go through those moments together and having to come together and help out in the community and the community just having to rally around each other as a whole, do you feel that that was beneficial for the team, and do you feel that it also brought the team closer together?
I think the team definitely, but everyone, all of us, our communities, everything, but from the football, you see programs out there helping each other, and there's nothing better for a community than to see young men out in the community helping with jerseys on. At the end of the day, we're all wearing the same jersey, and from a community standpoint, that definitely did. But we're hoping for a better one this year. I don't want to. I don't want that. But yes.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Coach Jeff McBride of the Classical Academy.
Yes. Thank you for having us.
Nothing but the best of luck. Thanks to the gentleman also for coming down for us. We certainly do appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Jeff McBride in the Classical Academy. Again, we're doing our high school football previews. And up next, the Southeast Seminoles after this short timeout.
And we're back here at Carroll GMC for our Suncoast Media Day. Next up is the Southeast Seminoles. But before we do that, I want to also thank not just Carroll GMC, but also thanking Brew Burgers for dropping off bagels this morning, and also to Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida. Give them a call for all your roofing needs at 941-251-4257. With that, I'll turn it over to Xavier. Take it away.
Thanks, John. We are pleased now to be joined by Coach Kurt Bradley and the Southeast Seminoles. Coach, thanks for making the trip down. Please introduce us to your players that you have with you today.
On the far end, number 8, Cedarius Crawford, defensive line, tight end. Number 6, Dominic Tolado, senior linebacker. Number 52, senior Caleb Steele. He'll play both ways on the offensive and defensive line. Number 3, Liam Fernandez, quarterback.
Coach, you're going into your second season here with the Seminoles as their head coach. And when you first took this job, the consensus belief around the community was, wow, Coach Bradley has his work cut out for him. And just what you were able to do last season, you all went 5-5, but there's been a much different change in the locker room in terms of building the culture. What can you just say about what you and your staff have been able to do just 2 years into this?
I think the biggest advantage we had was we had a huge junior class last year. So anytime you take over a program, to have a class that, a large junior or a large sophomore, whatever it is, underclassmen is, if you can develop trust and build trust with them and develop those relationships, now all of a sudden they've bought in and they can not only keep those standards and improve on those standards for a year, now all of a sudden their second year into the program, they know the offense, they know the defense. Now all of a sudden it's not just the basic stuff. We know that. Now we can build off of those things. And then as far as from a cultural standpoint, we know as coaches who the guys that we can trust. We have a leadership council. It's about 8 or 9 guys. I think 7 of them are seniors. And so now all of a sudden we've got players that are leading the program. It's not just me or the assistant coaches. When players lead programs, that's when you've got it right.
Talk about that buy-in process a little bit more here for me. Just how has camp been going so far?
Camp's been great. As far as buy-in, that's these young men. We can say what we want to say, but they are the ones that have to believe what we say, and that's trust is built over time, and I think we've developed some trust with these young men, and to the point where it's hot, so hey, let's practice at 6 a.m. Where I don't know that we would have been able to do that last year. We practiced at 6 a.m. all week this week because teachers went back to work and had really good attendance and got work done, and we all know the wet bulb and the challenges that present. So to have 12 practices in after tomorrow's practice this early in the season, we're feeling pretty good about where we're at.
Coach,
Go ahead. Okay, so last offseason, it was you inheriting what you inherited. Coming into this season, do you feel that you've been able to finally build the team that you want to build in your image?
Oh, the team shouldn't be in my image. The team is these young men. I think I have some core values. As a coaching staff, we have some core values, and then it comes to life in these young men and what they bring. The enthusiasm that the youth have, the passion for the game. We're all passionate, we're all competitive, but every team should be different based off of the people that we have. But when we have senior leaders, we do have high expectations of them. And I'm proud of these young men. It's not easy to lead. We say leadership is lonely. You got to make decisions that don't always go with the status quo. You got to be different. And I'm proud of the standard these young men have set.
Coach, the tradition, Southeast Seminoles High School, the tombstones, the graveyard, yourself, the legendary coaching, Peter Warwick, and these gentlemen. Tell us a little bit about that. It's a new era, and you're building on that legacy, and you have your own stamp on this team.
Yeah, let's keep me out of the Peter Warwick and the Paul Megley. My name is not anywhere near that. But no, look, it is that's why part of the reason why I wanted to be here. I talked to Coach Megley before taking the job. I was like, is this a place that we can step into and win? He's like, absolutely, and he was right. And so. Yeah, you walk the halls and you see little, pieces of history all the time, and we want to honor that history. I think one of the hard things to do is, people ask all the time, you're gonna get us back to where we were. So I don't know that we'll get. I'm never gonna be Paul Megley. There's not many Peter Warwicks walking around in the world. We want to be the best Liam. We want to be the best Caleb, the best Dominic, and the best Cedarius. And when we put all that together, we'll be the best that we can be. And if that's the state championship 1994 team, great. If it's not, and we're getting the best out of these young men, and we're proud of what we're putting on the field and how we're walking the halls, and when we get 100% of our students to graduate, I can go to sleep at night. That's good with me.
Coach Bradley, can you break down each gentleman, what they bring to the team, the quarterback, and all the gentlemen here?
Sedarius is on the end. I mean, he's 4 years at Southeast, right? His brother went to Southeast. Sedarius he won the Ironman Award for us last year. Plays both ways. It's one thing to play receiver and DB. It's another thing to play offensive line, defensive line, tight end. Like that, you're playing both ways doing that. Like you're built for it. And he brings that. He is as consistent gets. We know what we get every day out of him. Dominic is one of, if not, he's a top tier of the smartest linebackers I've ever been around. He understands the game. He's not going to go jump 46 inches and run a 4.2, but Dom will play as fast as any of those other guys will because he knows what to do. He anticipates, he reads well, and he's a coach on the field for us. I mean, he's telling our secondary what to do. He's telling the defensive line what to do. He's everything you want in a linebacker. Caleb is up front for us. I mean, he is a brick on the offensive line, on the defensive line. Like, you look at him, you're like, man, he doesn't move. He can move. He's qualified for state as a weightlifter, extremely explosive, extremely strong. And we expect him to be that driving force on the offensive line. And then when we need him on defensive line, he needs to step up and make those plays too. And Liam brings just kind of a calming sense to our offense. Very consistent. We know what we're going to get from him. We know his family's military family. I think both parents in the Navy. So I mean, he's raised raised the right way as far as leadership, discipline, structure, all those things that you need to be as a quarterback. We're not this at the quarterback position. It's very smooth and he kind of steadies our ship for us.
Liam, how do you feel like you've met with the offense so far, and who's your favorite connection?
Sorry?
How do you feel like you can grab that?
No.
Sorry. How do you feel like you've matched with the offense so far, and who's your favorite connection you have so far?
Oh, man, it clicked real fast. I mean, the moment I stepped on campus, I knew who I was working with. We got some great athletes on the outside, slot. I mean, we got big guys up front. I mean, everybody is very communicative, and everybody works very well. So, I mean, I'm really excited myself to work with these boys. And my favorite guy, we got, I'll say TJ, Tavares. I mean, this boy, he is a dog. He will catch anything, and he will jump on your head for that ball when he needs to. Man, I give him a lot of props. Sometimes I throw bad balls, and he just makes it up for me. He's that guy. I mean, I got to give credit to him.
Coach, what are you seeing as the biggest difference in year 2 compared to year 1?
Biggest difference, like I kind of said earlier, look, there's the base defense and the base offense, right? And that's you're scratching and clawing for year 1 trying to get everybody to understand that. Well, you get guys like Dom, well, he knows that in the back of his hand. Now it's okay. What checks can we make? What adjustments can we make mid-game? Because early in the installation process, if you just know the base defense, you're feeling decent, right? You're feeling okay. But all of a sudden, you're week 3 and somebody's running something that we haven't practiced or those things. We don't always have the answers that we can check to that we have installed. And so now, year 2, we have the base and we have some of the answers that we need on either side of the football to be able to make in-game adjustments and to be able to just adjust as needed throughout the game.
Coach, this next question is a two-parter that I have for you. The first part is for you. The next part is for the players. There's also a project that's happening off the field with the team, the Legends Lounge. Talk to us about what that is and how that idea came about.
It kind of happened a couple different ways. One, kids are nasty. They don't shower anymore, so they don't shower in the locker room. Sorry, guys, you don't. There's a big communal shower, and nobody showers. So I was like, man, we got a beautiful locker room. We got a big space, and nobody's using it. It's like, what can we do? Because space in a high school is so limited, right? So it's like, okay, well, half the time kids are like, Coach, I got a hair appointment I got to get to. I'm like, okay, well, maybe what can we do? So we thought about it, we turned it into a barbershop, So we, our athletic director and principal, Miss Ginger Collins and Matt Kitchie, athletic director, they are so supportive. And any ideas that we have, it's like, okay, well, maybe we can do it or maybe we can't do it. Let's figure out a way. And so, I got paint on me right now. I've been painting it the last 2 days, actually. So it's painted. We got furniture donated. There's 5 or 6 guys, alumni that have reached out that are current barbers in town that want to come back and cut hair. So it's going to be pretty cool. We just hired Ricky Bowden on staff as he's going to run our SETV. So we're going to try and run, the podcast out of it. And it's just going to be pretty cool. They're excited about the opportunity. I mean, look, Liam needs to get there right now. I mean, goodness gracious. No, it'll be cool. I think it's going to be something that will grow over time, and it'll just be a chance for some alumni and some guys that like get Coach Meckling there, just tell stories. Everybody loves football stories. Everybody likes to chop it up at the barbershop. So let's bring that to our locker room.
For the players, I mean, let me just ask, and any of you can answer this, how excited are you guys to have an opportunity like this? Because this is not something that a lot of high schools get the chance to be able to do. I mean, this is almost like you guys already have your own locker room, but it's almost like you have another man cave that you can go to as well.
I feel like it's a great opportunity to, one, like connect more as players and coaches, be able to talk about like things that you would talk about in a barbershop, be able to connect, talk about home situations. Also, it makes it more convenient for us as players and coaches to like where we don't have to leave practice or take out a day of practice where we could be working to get a haircut, where we can stay after practice, get a haircut, connect, make connections, talk to people. So I think that would be like the best. I think that's the best thing for us.
Uh-oh, don't tell him.
Listen here. I will never let Coach Kurt Bradley get anywhere near my hair. Never a day in my life.
Actually, there is a deal on the table, though.
Yeah,
y'all gotta tell him about the deal on the table.
So the deal is, he promised us if we win districts, we can we cutting the whole zero.
So the story is, I turned 40 this summer. I think my wife's watching, so I might get in trouble. But my hair's starting to go, and I told her, I said, I want to shave my head. She's like, no, you're not shaving your head. So I told the players, hey, look, man, we're winning districts, and you're shaving my head, and I'll take the heat at home, but we're going to make it happen. So,
gotta get him
yeah.
all over.
Zero.
Yeah.
Keep fighting.
Yeah, no. I can't hold on, James. I don't get the name on my shirt. You got it big time, man.
You talked a little bit of something going into your second year, and I've talked to a few people today about the responsibility of the quarterback and the opportunity for the quarterback to read the defense and maybe change plays. Talk to me too. You sound like you're pretty comfortable with the defense as well. The defense sees something, maybe they can make an adjustment pre-snap.
Yeah, look, I mean, offense evolves. I mean, offense is, I think through playing so much 7-on-7 and those things, like you look at offense, I mean, this is what I think year 14 in the area. It's like from where I started to where we're at now, like offense has evolved so much. Like you have to have answers. Like the worst fear I have as a head coach is to send a defense out there and not have answers. Like I can't have these guys come out, Coach, I don't know. I don't have an answer, guys. Go play. Like that's not realistic. So, yeah, to put it on the players, to have checks, to have adjustments, and to be able to do that in game. I mean, that makes you as a coach feel like you've got your players prepared, and your players have themselves prepared, which our young men have done.
Well, Coach Kurt Bradley of the Southeast Seminoles.
Yeah. Would somebody take a picture of us? Our principal would definitely like to have a picture. Yeah.
All right. While the picture's being taken,
Sorry.
Kurt Bradley,
Yeah.
Southeast Seminoles, looking for a district title, and I want to be there when they shave. I'll come down.
October 24th would be our last district game, so come on in.
All right. Sounds
All right.
good. Appreciate you taking the time, and the gentleman coming down with you as well. And best of luck on the season.
Yeah, thank you all, media. Thank you all for all y'all do. I know,
Thank you guys.
This is a long day for you guys, our players, our families. We appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, we're again live at Carroll GMC. It's our high school football preview. And up next, the Booker Tornadoes when we come back.
Grayson's committed too.
And we're back here at Carroll GMC. As you can see behind me, a bunch of tornadoes showed up here at Carroll GMC. And if a tornado ever hits your house, call Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida. 941-251-4257 for all your local owned and nationally backed delivery. Oh, you know what? Let's just go to the Booker Tornadoes. We'll try that one again next time. Over to Xavier. Take it away.
All right. Thank you, John. All right, we're pleased now to be joined by head coach Carlos Woods and the Booker Tornadoes. Coach, thanks for making the trip down today.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Excited to be here.
So, if you could please introduce us to all of the wonderful young men that you have with you today.
How about this? I'll let them introduce themselves.
Okay.
How about
Grab
and,
Mike.
And the guys that are committed, tell them where you're committed to.
My name's Courageous Hayes. I'm 2026 safety, and I'm committed to Vanderbilt.
My name is Kibante Hugan, 2026 defensive end. I'm committed to Indiana.
Chauncey Kennan, 2026 DB. I'm committed to Florida State.
Dylan Wester, class of 2026 receiver, committed to Pitt.
With Darian Smith, 2026 DN. Yeah.
Just say undecided. Yeah, undecided.
Joel Morris, 2026 quarterback, undecided.
Tyron Wortham, 2026 receiver, committed to Michigan State.
Nazir Pitchford, class 2027 receiver, undecided.
You got Jamal.
Jamal Thompson, class of 2026 linebacker.
Silas Jones, class of 2026 DN, undecided.
Grayson Kelly, class 2026 running back, committed to SEMO.
Torrey Holloman, class of 2026 nickel, Stetson University.
Rex Schwartz, class of 2026, undecided.
Caden Hunt, class of 2026 offensive line.
All right, thank you all so much for that. Congratulations to each and every one of you for those who are committed, and for the ones who are undecided, I'm saying congratulations to you in advance for the commitment that you're going to have. All right, Coach, let me bring it over to you. You're in your first year as a head coach here. You were a member of the staff last year, but being an assistant and being the head coach is two totally different worlds. What are already some of the biggest changes that you've already seen so far?
The biggest thing was just putting my own stamp on it. With me being an assistant, I was very hands-on with the guys working in the strength and conditioning department, right? So I was the head strength coach day in and day out. I got to work with those guys from a different standpoint. But now being a head coach and putting my own stamp on it, I can do things the way I want to do it, in the sense that I don't have to get approval anymore. If I run it by the coaching staff, I just implement it, we just put it in, we're ready to rock and roll. So it's really been subtle changes here and there, but the main thing I want us to focus in on was the 1% gains that we can make every day. My whole philosophy is just all about the details. How can we dominate the details? Just thinking about, hey, what type of cleats you have on has an effect. Just what type of shoes these guys wear on a consistent basis has an effect. What type of mouthpiece you have. Just subtle changes like that can have a lasting effect on our game week in and week out. So that's really what I focused in on, was just showing those things to those guys, the details, and you just focus on the details, everything else will take care of itself.
You all had 10 wins last year, going 10-4 overall, made it all the way to the state semifinals, but fell short against Reigns. How much is that defeat playing up as a driving force for this team coming into this year, especially the returning players? But how are you also not allowing it to just command the room as a whole? It's like, yes, the defeat happened. We want to build off of that. We want to allow that to be a driving force, but we don't want to let that just consume us, because we have to focus on what is in front of us right now.
Absolutely. Great question. Our guys we're big about addressing the elephant in the room, right? We know the shortcomings that we faced in that game. At the end of the day, football comes down to 3 to 5 plays, right? So how do we overcome those 3 to 5 plays to where it's in our favor? So that's going back to dominating those details, right? How can we be consistent and making those strides to help us get us where we need to be? Those guys have really used that loss as fuel, and that's really helped us thrive this entire offseason. And we've made great strides in the weight room. Those guys have made phenomenal gains, and we're excited about where we are in the fall.
Coach, anybody who picks up a football, whether it be a Nerf football or you have a milk in your mouth and you're watching as your family is watching the highest level, You've been able to win a Super Bowl, and these gentlemen are going to college and using this game just to build themselves up in life. Talk about winning and the culture that you're putting in here. These guys can play.
Well, you know, very fortunate to be a champion on all three levels. I've won a state championship in Virginia Beach with Lansdowne High School, where we had Percy Harvin. I won a Big Ten Orange Bowl championship when I was at Penn State, a part of Joe Paterno's staff, and I won a Super Bowl with the Colts, being a part of Tony Dungy's staff back in 2006. So for these guys, it's all about me showing them the blueprint. Not only the blueprint on the football field, but this is the blueprint of life. You know, when you're talking about Joe Paterno, when you're talking about Tony Dungy, those guys were big on character. Those guys were big on family. So that's the offseason that we focused in on was brotherhood, you know, where we take those family outings, where we go on to Florida State and did 7-on-7 tournaments, where we spent quality time together going to Mercer University in those summer camps. That's what it's about. How can we make these guys a cohesive unit? Because that's what's going to help them play day in and day out on the field. Because at the end of the day, we're just making a call, but they have to play for each other on the field. And that, I feel like, is what's going to carry us through.
Coach, a lot of teams have one or two dudes, as we call them, right? High-level players. You can go to a lot of gentlemen here and they can play. Talk about that luxury of you can bring a guy in his high-level football.
That's all fine and dandy, but one thing I'm most proud of, these guys are selfless. They play for each other. Like, they genuinely love each other. You know, most of these guys, they played together in Little League. So for them to have an opportunity to play together as seniors, this is something they've always wanted. So I'm just here to just witness it. You know what I mean? Just them all coming together and playing and supporting each other.
You mentioned you're in your first year. Are you going to change a lot? Are you going to change the offense, change the defense? I mean, it is your bus to drive.
Yeah. Offensively, we've made some tweaks, especially at the offensive line position as far as what we wanted to do schematically. But from a defensive standpoint, these guys have been in the system last 3 years. You know, at the end of the day, we don't even call the defense. Our defensive guys, they make all the checks. We have automatic formational checks. So they know when they're coming out in one formation, they're going to check to something. When they could give us another formation or they motion, they know how to make all the moves and checks. My whole thing was, how can we help these guys be more suitable when they get to college, you know, because you think about when they get to college, they have 20 accountable hours. So how do we help them be recruited better and putting them in position to where they're going to learn the same thing they're going to learn in college? It makes that transition much better. So from a defensive standpoint, those guys know. They've already known what we want and what the expectation is. Offensively, we just made a few tweaks, cleaned up a few things, simplified some things, and just want to help those guys be clicking on all cylinders by the time we get to the game next week.
Going to throw it more or run it more?
We shall see. It's a game-to-game type deal.
Right.
Because if it's inclement weather, you might have to adjust. But the main thing is we work more on situational football and understanding how do we handle this particular situation and what do we do in that special deal, right? You think about the open minus, right? The open minus part of the field is -11 to the -49. Half of your football game is going to be designated to that specific spot on the field. So we focus in our practice. So we're going to designate 50% of our game to this time, so that's what we're going to focus in on. You're talking about backed up, right? You may be backed up 5% of your game, right? It's all about analytics. If you're backed up on 5% of your time, okay, so we may need to spend 20% of our practice schedule during the week on that specific section, whether it's punt. These guys, they know how to handle that situation. If we're backed up, we want to bring our gunners in, make those small adjustments. If we're backed up, we might want to be under the center as opposed to shotgun. Those subtle adjustments that we can make, so now those guys are all on the same page. They know exactly what to do in those certain situations.
Coach, you have all the ingredients this year. How do you guide them to whatever the goal is for the season?
Really, like I said, it's about them guys playing for each other. You know, they've been playing together since they were in Little League. For me, it's just about keeping them on the track, just staying focused on the task at hand. You know, I'm constantly on them about fundamentals because, you know, fortunate enough to work in the league, everybody's team is comprised of 53 all-stars, right? But the teams that win consistently are the teams that focus in on the fundamentals the most. And that's what I stress every day. I'm constantly going over, hey, you should have stepped when you snapped. You should have had hand placement right here. I was just talking to the linebackers yesterday. Hey, when that tight end is coming up to the next level, you got to reduce your blocking surface. So it's all about focusing in on those fundamentals, and that's what's going to help us get over the top.
And what is the goal this season?
Win it all.
For the players, talk about any of you, whoever wants to answer. Talk about the vibe this year. It seems like you guys have a great vibe. You guys all walked in here, right? You didn't have to, I'm sure. So talk about what's going on in the locker room. How do you guys feel?
Anybody can take that. One of you guys?
The vibe this year has really just been being each other's brother's keeper. Like, that's one thing that we've been focused on this whole season, just being a brother's keeper and looking out for one another. And in the locker room, I feel like we can all feel it's like a whole brotherhood, like everybody coming together, offensive side, defensive side, to the young guys. And, like, we've been focused on just coaching each other up and getting each other better, honestly. And, like, I only known, some of these players only a year, but I feel like I known them my whole life already. And we just been bonding, doing stuff outside of football, like going and get food together and playing the game sometimes. So I feel like this year's, like, it's been real competitive, really.
I want to ask this question to the players as well because, Joel, you spoke a little bit about that brotherhood. Talk to me a little bit, guys, just on how important it is to continue to build that up each day and how you think that's going to translate to what you guys are able to do out there on the field collectively, because this is the ultimate team game. It's about being there for each other and going in there together. This isn't one of those sports where you can go into business for yourself.
It's really just on trust. Like, I trust my O-line to block for me, and I know my receivers trust me to make the throw. So it's really just building that trust that we have. We work every day outside of practice, just working on timing and technique and working the fundamentals, just making sure everybody's on the same pace. So just really just having that trust.
Jamon, you've had an interesting past couple of weeks transferring over here. What's that been like for you, and what stands out to you about the defense?
The defense, it stands out to me like our D-line is like vicious. Really great D-line. And our linebackers, we're getting better too with that. Tyler, another transfer from Plant City. He's really great. So I feel like it's going great.
Coach Carlos Woods of the Booker Tornadoes and the entire Tornado team. Guys, really appreciate you coming down. Wish you nothing but the best of luck this year and maybe finish the deal.
Thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to it.
You got it. All right. There you have it. The Booker Tornadoes. One thing in mind, win it all. When we come back, team that won it all last year, the Venice Indians, on the dais next here right after this timeout.
back here at Carroll GMC for our Suncoast Media Day. And next up are the Venice Indians. But before I turn it over to James, real quick, I want to thank our sponsors today, Brew Burgers for bringing the bagels. Again, Carroll GMC providing hamburgers, hot dogs, and of course the venue for us to do this. And then Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida, locally owned and nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes, businesses across the Gulf Coast. Give them a call at 941-251-4257. And with that, James, take it over.
Hello, everyone out there. This is Suncoast Media Day. We are joined by a special gentleman. He is John Peacock. He is the legendary coach at Venice High School. Last year's team, 52-19, they win the state championship versus Lake Mary. I was there with the camera. It was phenomenal. He is the defending coach of the year. The team is the defending state champions, and this is a special day as we introduce them this season. Coach, talk a little bit about coming back. We know it's a new team, it's a new season, but so far, what are the workouts like? And tell us about these gentlemen here and some of the guys who aren't here.
You know, nothing's really changed. I mean, it's just a different date. You know, we have a process. We have a standard that we try to meet every day in the weight room and on the practice field. And these kids have had a great off season. You know, dating back to January in the weight room. Spring football went very well. And right now we're in the mix of fall camp, and you know, nothing's given to us. You know, we don't get any points for last year's success or prior year's success. So we've been working hard. It's been hot, you know, and you know, the type of offense we run, it's obviously tough. I mean, these guys are both offensive players. We got Roman Mock, who's a 3-year starter at left guard for us, and then we got Colton Lynch, who is this will be his 2nd year starting. Colton broke the starting lineup towards the end part of the regular season last year. We had a 3-year returning starter at tight end, and he was able to win that job at the end of the year. And he's going to be one of the best tight ends we've ever had here. And we've had some really good tight ends. I mean, he kind of has done it all. I mean, he's a really, really good inline blocker. Obviously, being 6'6", he's a force on the outside. So he has great hands. We're working on him, you know, soloing up with a DB. You know, we can get a 5'10" guy in him. I think he can kind of win that battle, boxing out and use kind of his basketball skills that he has.
Coach, it's different here. You guys have a certain culture. You set the standard, and guys are part of that family. And then other gentlemen are able to come in, and they can play. And we see them coming in from time to time each season. Just talk a little bit about what you see this year, and again, high-level players who can really help you guys win.
Yeah, so, you know, we do have a standard, and, you know, a lot of people talk about culture, and, you know, my definition of culture is when someone walks in our locker room for the first time, whether he be a freshman, he be someone that transferred, you know, what is the pressure that he feels to do what is required or to do the right thing? And we still have a great culture. Everyone that has shown up to Venice for whatever reason has stepped in line and has done what they're expected to do, and they have great results from it.
Coach, you lost a lot of your receivers from last year, but you got a new one in Tyree Mannings Jr. from Booker. What have you seen from him, and what do you think of him as a player?
He's unbelievable. He's unbelievable. He has, as of right now, as a sophomore, he's one of the best we've ever had. Not going to be, but one of the best we've ever had. And you know, we're going to put a lot on his plate. I mean, we're going to try to get in the ball the best way we can. But he's phenomenal. Like he could play on Saturday right now. There's no doubt.
Wow. Coach John Peacock joining us. Coach, I know you are one. I was watching you as he was giving all the accolades of last year. You're one that literally you celebrated. You got off the field. You flushed it. It's a new year. It's a new way to go. And you've got to have some new players this year as well. Talk to me a little bit about the transition, and particularly at the quarterback position, which is very important in this offense.
Yeah, you know, today I actually spoke with both of them, and I'm going to have to make a decision. Like, we're not going to two-platoon. We're not going to rotate. I'm going to decide who our starter is. But right now, I told them, like, neither of you have separated yourself. One day Sean will be, I'll think, all right, Sean's going to be our guy. Then, I turn around the next day and I'm like, all right, well, Alex is going to be our guy. So neither of them have separated themselves. They're both dual threat guys. I think their running ability and their ability to make plays with their legs are fairly similar. I don't think there's anything different there. I mean, they both have speed. They're both pretty shifty. They both run the ball hard. So I think they're equal. I don't think there's going to be any separation there. It's going to be really based off of decision making and where they're getting the ball. And I'm trying to help them as much as I can each snap. Like, hey, this is what we're thinking. This is how the play's designed. We're reading this guy. If he does this is what we're doing automatically. So I'm trying to help them pre-snap and all that stuff. But I'm going to make a decision by halftime of Gadsden County.
Okay, so that's the kickoff classic, or is that week 1?
That's the kickoff classic.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm not flipping a coin.
Yeah.
But I might.
Are you? It seems like almost you're a little disappointed that you haven't had a chance to make that decision, that they haven't separated themselves. Am I reading you wrong?
No. I wish I could. I do want to see one of them separate, and to me they're both my players, and I want success for both of them for sure. And we talked today about one of you is going to not be the starter, and how you handle that is probably going to dictate how I proceed. Because let's say Sean's a starter and Alex stumbles a little bit. Do I have confidence to put you in the game, or have you been pouting for the last 3 weeks? If you've been pouting the last 3 weeks, I'm just going to stick with whoever I got.
Right.
But if you're going to approach it like a professional, and you're going to try to get better every day, and you're going to try to perfect your craft, and I will have no problem doing that.
I want to talk about this guy right here. You have a lot of stars on your team, obviously, but talk about just Colton and kind of like what he's going to bring to your team this year.
Well, Colton, first off, he won that job because he's tough, and he's a great blocker. He's really added, in the off season, being in the weight room. Colton, what were you at last year? I think he played around 198, 200 last year. And how much are you weighing right now?
230.
He's 230. He had one decision Colton made is he was a football guy, and he decided to take basketball off and spend some time in the weight room. He put on 30 pounds. He was a 290-pound cleaner, right, and 300-plus pound bencher over the off season. And matching him up against smaller guys, not just because he's tall, but he does do a really good job of tracking the ball and catching it at his high point. He kind of knows what his attributes are, and he's able to do a good job with them. So he's done a really good job of, making catches over top of guys' heads, and he does a good job bringing the ball in. So he's really an X factor. I mean, it's being 6'6", strong and big. I mean, it makes it tough.
Talk about that and just kind of stepping into that role this season.
Well, I think it's great. It's a very important role to be in. It's a big role, stepping into it. But I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I'm excited about the season. I think we got a good team, and I think we got a good chance, or we're gonna win the state championship. So, I think I'm excited about it. A lot of hard work that's been put into it. So, yeah, we're ready.
Coach, I know the tight end has been a very important position because you love to run the football, and as much as he can catch the football, the blocking, you've always had guys that can block at the end of the line. That seventh offensive lineman, or sixth offensive lineman, or if you use 7 offensive linemen. Tell me how he's developed in that way.
Yeah, like I said, that's how he won his job. Is he's very tough. He's physical. And playing last year at 200 pounds, and then adding 30 pounds of weight and strength, I mean, he's going to have an unbelievable season. And you really look for guys on the offensive line, the guys that are going to compete and finish, and he's a finisher. And those are things that are hard to coach, is teaching someone how to finish somebody, because not everybody has it in them. And a lot of people don't know what it takes to finish somebody and finish a block, because it's not easy to finish a block, because it's going to take a little bit more effort to finish a block. And he's a natural at that, and we're thrilled to death. And having a tight end, like you say, we go through the whole season, and I don't think last year we played a team that had a tight end. So having a tight end is definitely a luxury, because a lot of teams don't see him, especially Miami teams. I don't think there's a tight end in Miami. Do the Dolphins have a tight end?
Well, they traded him.
They traded him.
Yeah,
well, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. So, when we're watching film, one of the negatives is we never see exactly how people are going to line up to a tight end and how they're going to play coverage behind it. So that's a frustrating part, but I think it's a blessing for us that not a lot of people see it.
Roman, can you tell me a little bit about the offensive line and some of your teammates who have impressed you in camp?
So I'd say that our new additions really help out, because we lost 3 big linemen last year, Cicero, Tank, and Al. And we just got DJ, Johnny from Berkeley. He's good. He came into the program a month ago, already picked up our standard, everything. He's good. We got a right tackle, Justin Prito from Bishop Verot. He's coming along too. He's getting there, but once this game comes around, he'll click in. And then I'd say the guards, me and Spencer, we upped it from last year, definitely, to a whole new level. We're both 2 different players from last year, definitely, 100%. And then Euchre and Nigro, both center. He's getting it down. Yeah, he'll get it.
Guys, the strength of schedule. And, Coach, you guys are used to it, whether it's on the road or they try to come to the island. Every week you see somebody, and they want what you have. Just talk a little bit about what that's like and just playing good old-fashioned football and going to South Florida. Teddy's not there, and you got Gaston coming down, and it's going to be another very exciting season.
Yeah, for them, I mean, they're used to it. They don't know anything different. We've always had a tough schedule, and since they've been in high school, we've had one of the toughest schedules in the state of Florida. So they're used to it. It's nothing new to them. We had our first influencers meeting today, and one thing we talked about is the difference between winning and losing is so small and minute. And we kind of went through last year's regular season, and I said, there's a chance, on one side, we're 1 yard away from being in legitimate national championship talks if we beat IMG. We're down the 1 yard line twice and didn't put the ball in, and we lost by 4 points. And then on the other side, we're 4 plays away from entering the playoffs at 6-4. So there's a thin line between winning and losing, and it all comes down to the little things, being in shape and being mentally prepared for it. And the message today was that like I said, it was our first meeting was our process. Are you going to be able to still buy into our process and take coaching no matter what the outcome is? Whether we win, are we still going to attack the process like we're supposed to, or whether we lose? There's a chance. Let's just say, we play Gadsden County, we play Tampa Bay Tech, we play Miami Northwestern to start the season. We could be 0-3, but are you gonna trust the process the same way you trusted it last year, being 3-0? So.
Coach, defensively, you were in a lot of high-scoring games last year. I'm sure it gave you a little bit of agita. I remember 71-56. I remember quite a few games. But once the playoffs got around, the defense was tight, and you guys played extremely well. Talk to me a little bit about the defense this year.
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, it really, truly is. It's hard to tell because we're going against each other. Our defense is so used to what we do, and they know exactly what's coming to them. So it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, we do have some really good players and some kids that have stepped up. I think our secondary is going to be pretty top-notch. We have a lot of kids competing there. We haven't really decided on our 3 starters back there, but we have 6 that are capable and that are competing. And then at defensive line, Hupp is a returning starter. Weatherington's a returning starter. And then Ashari Charles, who's one of the best in the state of Florida. I mean, he is a freak. I mean, he is physically a freak. He's fast. He should know the game. He's a 3-year starter for us. I mean, so he's kind of like Damon Wilson was for us, and people got the game plan, and Damon Wilson could disrupt the entire play by himself. So if we can get that same kind of play, Ashari has the same kind of motor. If we can get that same kind of play out of him, I mean, we're going to be pretty good, in pretty good shape.
Powell Davis Stadium has been renovated. What are your thoughts on how it looks, and what can fans expect?
It looks great. It's kind of hard to say how it's all going to work out because the fence has moved a little bit, but the stands have increased. So no, I would suggest you get there early and get a seat. If I were you, that would be my suggestion. But it is beautiful. It definitely is beautiful. The concession stand is out of this world. It's way better than I ever thought it would be. I mean, we added a shirt stand to it. The bathrooms are beautiful. The turf is beautiful. I mean, it looks really good. The track is brand new track. I mean, everything's brand new out there. It looks really good.
Playing on turf, it's a little different speed. You play on turf a lot on the road. You went to Vero. You went, So your thoughts?
We have one game that's not on turf, and that's Tampa Bay Tech.
Okay.
Last year, obviously we had all of our games at home were on natural grass, but everything on the road was turf. The only thing that I don't like about it is the scrapes the kids get, and those things last they just last all season. They keep getting open and open. So I'm not sure how I'm going to handle that. Like
more padding.
I am not a guy that likes the sleeves and all the adornments. I don't do that. But I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know what's going to – I have some thoughts, but I'm going to have to protect them to make sure they're healthy and not have those kind of minor injuries type deal that brings them out of the game. You have blood, you're out of the game. So I got to do something to protect that. But at the same time, I can't stand that stuff.
Coach, the approach, a team comes in, they'll ride in a long ride from the Panhandle, and they want to win. Actually, the Big Bend, the Tallahassee area. They want to try to win. Like, how do you approach that game? Is it about Venice or taking things away from them? What are you looking to do in that first game?
They turn the scoreboard on. It's a game. I mean, I know people call it the kickoff classic, but if it's a scrimmage, let's turn the scoreboard off. If it's a game, the scoreboard's going to be on. So the scoreboard's going to be on. So it's a game to us.
It's all about you, isn't it, Coach? It's all about what you guys do.
Right.
You don't worry about the outside stuff.
No. I don't. I couldn't tell you who's on what team or who the player is or who they got offers. I don't care. I don't look at that stuff. I stay away from it on purpose. I just don't look at it. I don't care.
Well, Coach John Peacock of the Venice Indians, defending state champions, getting set for the Kickoff Classic next Friday against Gadsden County. Bring out the new stadium, see how it looks. Appreciate you taking the time today, and we look forward to another tremendous season for Venice.
Yes, thank you guys.
Thank you guys. John Peacock, the head coach of the Venice Indians on Suncoast Media Day. We're live here at Carroll GMC, and coming up next, Outdoor Academy, playing 11-man football. Take a time out, come back right after this.
Devin, you know, baseball kids. So
And we're back here at Carroll
multi-sport
GMC
participation.
for the Suncoast Media Day. And we just want to thank everybody for being here again. Thanks to Monty and his staff at Carroll GMC for having us here. Thanks to all the food. More food showed up. Thanks to Joey Dees for some pizza. Again, Brew Burgers for burgers, and the folks here at Carroll GMC to do burgers and franks as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Xavier, and we're going to start the interview with the Outdoor Academy.
All right, thank you, John. We are pleased now to be joined by Coach Rob Hallway and the Outdoor Academy Thunder. Coach, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks, X. Excited to be here and grateful for all you guys that put this on and the exposure for our kids. We really appreciate it.
If you could, please introduce us to your athletes. And if they want to introduce themselves, that's fine, too. But let me also ask if any of you guys are committed anywhere. Please let us know that, too.
Okay, great. I'll let them introduce themselves.
No, not that Mike D. That one right there.
I'm Alan Clark, and I play running back and linebacker.
Heath Russo, I also play linebacker.
Devin Erdy, I play safety and linebacker.
Brady Cleveland, receiver, DB. Kingston Kokafer, athlete.
Love that.
All right, Coach, you're going into year 4 as the head coach here at ODA. Just talk to us first. How has camp gone so far, and how has camp changed for you over the years in your time that you've been there?
Oh, I think we're getting a little bit better each year. You know, our processes and procedures are getting better. For example, now we practice in the morning, so we don't have to battle the afternoon thunderstorms. Yesterday, we had to get back to like our in-school service responsibilities, and so on Thursday was our first afternoon practice, and we didn't get a single minute out on the field. You know, and I'm just so grateful to be at ODA. My kids go to school there. It's just, I feel like a world-class education. You know, our administration is super supportive. We're adding new buildings to campus, and I just feel like now is a great time to be at ODA.
You know, when weather is a factor, in particular rain and thunderstorms, especially lightning showers, things like that, and you all have to go practice inside of a gym, how much do you have to change up your game plan of what you were going to do on the field compared to being inside?
Well, we're grateful at the Outdoor Academy to have 2 indoor facilities. So we're able to get something out of it. Yesterday we had a really productive walkthrough. You know, I'd love to be on the field and get conditioned, but there's also a blessing to being inside where everybody stays healthy. And, you know, at a school our size where you got 45 to 50 kids on the roster, you know, all these guys are two-way guys. And so every practice we get through where people stay healthy is a good practice. And so yesterday everybody stayed healthy, and I feel like we got better and tuned up mentally. And so we just try to make a positive out of, you know, the afternoon storms.
Coach, you talked about championship culture and the baseball team and the student athletes and great human beings when we talked a few years ago, and I was there to cover that state title. This year you have some gentlemen who want to play and want to leave a legacy. Can you just talk a little bit about this team and so far what it can look like?
Yeah, well, what I love so much about this team and what I'm so proud of is the culture we've built. I feel like the vibes, the energy, these guys just have a ton of fun. We're always smiling. Nobody takes themselves too seriously. And we got a lot of good football players up here. I feel like since we arrived 4 years ago, every single year we've put kids in college. And ultimately that's the goal, is to let these kids play at the next level. And our school does such a great job of developing them in the classroom. And I feel like now we've taken the next step in the classroom. And Allen's got a bunch of offers. He's our all-time leading rusher. Last year he had 25 TDs. Wow. In our state quarterfinal game, he had 5 touchdowns and all 4 two-point conversions. You know, and all these kids are going to play at the college level. So I'm just proud of the culture and the energy of this group. And, you know, I bring the same energy every single year. And it's really up to the kids on how good they want to be. And this team has made a decision to be really good. And so I'm really excited, and I'm excited for these guys to get out there and play and show everybody what we've been working so hard on for the last 2 weeks.
Coach, I know you guys were deciding between 2 QBs. Has that decision been made yet? How's it been going?
Yeah, so we have 2 really good transfer QBs that came in. We have Eddie Chaput, he's from Canada, and they both have a great and different skill set. And then we have Jackson Lawhon, who's a transfer from Braden River. This afternoon at 6 o'clock, we're doing our spring scrimmage. And we're going to make a decision on who the starting quarterback is going to be on Saturday morning. But I can tell you this, both of them are going to play. And, you know, when when I came to the SSAA in 2012, it was an 8-game regular season. And now they've expanded to a 10-game regular season. And now the SSAA has gone to like an NCAA March Madness style bracket. So instead of having to win 3 games, you have to win 4. So we look at the season as a 14-game season with 45 kids. And so longevity and health is a huge part. And both of those kids are going to throw a lot of touchdowns. Unfortunately, one's got to be on the field at the same time. But what I'm excited about, we have some cool packages where they're both on the field at the same time. And, Nate Strouderman, our offensive coordinator, is like the most creative coach on the planet and keeps these guys engaged, having a ton of fun. And he's going to find a way to get our best 11 on the field at all the time. And we feel like those 2 guys are both going to help us.
And Coach Strouderman was saying that you guys are really going to try an air threat this year, because obviously last year was a big run game. So talk about that a little bit, and how will you guys balance both of things?
Yeah. Well, I guess what's like a core value of mine is, as long as I'm the head coach at ODA, we're going to adapt to the personnel we have and get our best 11 on the field. In my first 2 years, we were big, we were physical. We had a bunch of college offensive linemen. We have Allen, who scores 1 million touchdowns. We just weren't that athletic on the perimeter, and we didn't have a lifelong quarterback in the system. And now, all of a sudden, we're super athletic on the perimeter. We've got a great running game. And so finding a way to adapt to the personnel we have, I think, makes us more of a spread team this year. And so our job is to get those 1 through 11 on the field and, try to have a balanced run game. I think when everybody, watches our tape and looks at our stats, the first person they're going to see is Alan Clark, and rightfully so. But I think these young wide receivers we have in tight ends are going to make a big splash this year too.
Coach,
with the team passing the ball a little bit more this year, you might not get as many touches, but it might free you up and not face as many stacked boxes. So what is your take on the team, changing the offense a little bit?
I mean, I'm a big team guy. Like, if we're winning, I'm happy. Coach is happy. Like he said, with the personnel we have, I think it'll be easier. We have 6 or 7 guys who can play both ways. So we'll just get after it.
What's interesting about Allen is, he scored 25 touchdowns on the ground last year, but he may be our biggest difference maker on defense too. And, call me crazy for this, he might translate better at the college level at outside linebacker. We're going to let whoever recruits him decide that. But he's an impact player on both sides of the ball. So if we can take some reps off him on offense and get him more on defense, we're going to do that too.
Coach, talk a little about this, because if we understand this correctly, this is the first year you all are going to be doing 11-on-11 football, correct?
No, we've been at 11-on-11 since we started.
Okay, well, with that being said, you have these guys here. Allen is the workhorse back. How do you help keep everybody else open and free, and knowing that, hey, just because the teams are focusing on him, you have to always be ready at all times too? Because 25 touchdowns last season, obviously he is a focal point that opposing defenses and opposing coaches are in their film room saying, this is the guy that we have to watch out for. But how do you keep everybody else open, available, loose, and it's hey, you never know when your number's going to be called too?
Yeah, well, I'll be the first to say this team goes through Alan Clark, and everybody we play is going to have to stop Alan Clark. We also have a really good running back who's, going to split time with Alan, Michael Garcia. He was the district hurdle champion in all of Sarasota, Manatee County, so the kid can fly. And so I feel like we've got a 2-headed monster in Thunder and Lightning. But they're going to have to stop Alan, and what that's going to do is give us a crowded box and give us some, man coverage on the back end, or predictable coverages. And, these 2 guys have been with Coach Strouderman and I for the last 4 years on our 7-on-7 team. And so we know their strengths, and we know they can catch the deep ball too. And so we still got to get to the first week and stay healthy, but they're going to have to pick what they want to stop, and it's going to be tough.
With the scrimmage that's coming up, what are the biggest things that you want to take away from this scrimmage that you will view as wins for the team as you prepare for your opener?
Well, I guess the longer I do this, the more I know how important being well-conditioned is, especially in Florida with cramping and hydration. And so I want to see the kids sweat. I want to see them compete. And we've got a lot of spots that, we haven't quite decided who's going to be out there on the first play. And, part of our camp is, competing but keeping them healthy. So the goal of today is to compete, play well on both sides of the ball, condition, and hopefully get out healthy.
You mentioned it earlier. You want to get your best 11 on both sides of the ball, but you just also mentioned the conditioning portion of this, and it is a 14-game season, so you get your best 11 out there, but everybody's going to play. I mean, it almost has to.
Yeah. Well, in our spring game, we played the defending SSA champions and beat them, and everybody on our roster played. And so that's a big part of retention for me, is making sure that each kid has a positive experience, 1 through 45. And, I've seen a lot of kids that come out as a freshman and may not have an immediate impact. By the time they're a junior and senior, they help us. And that's just the thing with SSA football. The margins are so thin. You lose a guard, and he's also your defensive tackle, and all of a sudden your 1 through 11 looks a lot different. And so we got to figure out who those second-string guys are and who those third-string guys are, and that'll be a big part of the process today is, getting the depth chart set.
Coach, you went 8-1 last year. You won a state title 2 years ago, but that one loss you had last year unfortunately came in the playoffs, and that meant that it was the end of the season. Are you all using that moment as the driving force going into this season, or is it one of those moments where you're like, that's in the past and we have to move forward?
Well, Jupiter Christian ended up winning the whole thing, and we took the lead with 3 minutes to go and just couldn't hang on, so it felt like a heavyweight slugfest. And what I'm proud of is it feels like we're in the conversation now with those top-tiered teams in the SSA, and that's where we want to be, is in that conversation, and we're going to see how it shakes out this year. But Jupiter Christian's a heck of a team, and we learned a lot. I mean, they're spread, no huddle, and we had a chance to kick a 33-yard field goal to win the game, and we decided not to do that. And so I think special teams is an improved emphasis for us, our kicking game, and just taking all three facets of the game, equally serious. And, hopefully we see those guys again in the playoffs.
For the players, kind of talk about any of you guys. Talk about the tone of the team this year. I was at one of your walkthroughs or something, and it just seems like the vibes are really good. I know you guys talk about greatness, but tell me kind of what is the tone surrounding the team right now?
I mean, the team kind of just feeds off of Coach Hallway and Coach Nate, and those guys are always at their peak kind of vibes, and so the team just reflects off that. Whatever they give us is how the team flows. And so with those guys just bringing everything all day, and these guys have kids, they have to take care of their families, and they come out here with their most positive attitude, so it's hard to be, kind of at a lower level in your energy when these guys are bringing it every day like that.
So I know he introduced himself. This is Heath DeRusso. He's our middle linebacker. He's the number 4 bat on the baseball team. He's got a big bat, plays all over the baseball field. He's got a couple Division III offers that have offered him admittance, and so he's a big physical kid in the middle. His season was cut short a little last year with the knee injury, and he's completely rehabbed. He's back to 100%, and he's a big, tough kid, physical kid in the middle.
For your dual sport athletes that you have here, I want to ask you guys a question. What are the differences in how you prepare for training for football compared to how you prepare in those other sports?
I mean, yeah, it's totally different. I mean, it's a lot of explosive stuff for football, and when we transition into baseball or basketball or whatever it is, you got to train more for like that specific sport. Like I have to go hit in the cage, and when football, I'm just in the gym or I'm on the field running. So it's a little bit different, but same stuff. Playing football helps playing baseball. Playing baseball helps playing football. So
I think one of the great things about a small school is, and I was a 3-sport athlete in high school, and we are not over specialization school. Like Alan's our point guard, Heath plays on the baseball team, Devin plays on the baseball team, Kingston does lacrosse also. And so a lot of these guys are our best players, not just in football, but on the baseball and lacrosse field. And so I just think development-wise, playing 3 sports is so fun. And they get exposure to different styles of leadership, coaches, so it's a pretty cool atmosphere.
All right. Coach Robert Hallman of the Out-of-Door Academy Thunder, 8-1 last year, looking to bring the donut home this year. Coach, appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming on down, joining us today, and good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks for all you guys do for our kids. We're super grateful.
All right. Robert Hallman, the head coach of the Out-of-Door Academy Thunder. Up next, the Parish Community Bulls, as we continue with Suncoast Media Day live at Carroll GMC. We'll be back.
And once again, we're back here at Carroll GMC for the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day number 3. Thank you guys for all watching today. Thanks to all the people who have done food and drinks and picture taking and everything else. Everybody's been fantastic here today, and hopefully all the teams and the kids are having a good time with it. With that, I'm turning it over to Xavier to talk to Parish Community.
All right, thank you, John. We are pleased to be joined now by head coach Dylan Clark and the Parish Community High School Bulls. Gentlemen, thanks for making the trip down. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Xavier. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Coach, could you introduce us to your 2 players that you have, or if they want to pick up the microphone and introduce themselves, that works perfectly fine too.
I'll let them introduce themselves.
Okay.
Jair Speaks. Parish, number 9.
I'm Bryson Voles, quarterback, number 12.
All right, Coach, you are entering your 3rd year as the leader at the helm of this program, and it just gets better each year just from where things were a few years ago. Last season, you guys went 9-2, but you fell short in the early stages of the playoffs. What have you learned from those defeats that you're going to take into this season for this program to continue to take an even bigger step forward?
We really don't change who we are. We are who we are. We're going to show up every single day and try to be the best version of ourselves. We continue to work extremely hard. We got a lot of really good coaches, a lot of good kids that bought into what we call the process, and we're just going to continue to strive to be who we are. So.
Well, you're one of those programs here that we also have that you practice as early as 5:30, 6 a.m. in the morning. What do you believe is the benefit of practicing that early? Because not everybody's doing that, but there are programs that are doing it too. Some go out right in the middle of the afternoon as the heat is at its hottest. Some get up early in the morning, not because necessarily they're trying to beat the heat, but they're also trying to teach lessons too, just simply of get up, get out of the bed, go be active, let's get after the day.
Last year in the month of August, we missed 8 practices because of wet bulb or lightning. The last 2 weeks of camp, we've had 10 practices and have been on the field 10 times. So we missed no practice time. Our kids are up. We're on the field 24 periods, get them in, get them out. So I guess the biggest benefit is that we get to practice.
And you get plenty of heat even in the morning. I mean, it's still very warm early in the morning, and by the time you leave the field at, say, 8:30, it's warm. So you're getting the conditioning as well.
Absolutely. Our kids report at 5:45. Wow. Period 1's at 6. At 6, it's usually about 83 degrees, but by 8:15, we're probably looking at 89 to 92. So we still get some heat acclimation, but more so than not, though, there's no lightning, there's no wet bulb, so we get our full 24 periods in.
Coach, you guys are, Parish has never made it past the regional quarterfinals. So for this season, is the goal to get past that? Or I know you like day by day. I know you're one of my.
Day by day, practice by practice. We're just going to try to go 1-0.
Kind of like the overall goal for the season, even if it's not like.
Well, as we always say, we're not going to be result or product driven. We're just trying to show up every single day, win the day, whether it's practice or meeting or the weight room, going to school, acting the right way at school, outside of school. If we win enough days, right, then we play on Friday, then we feel confident on Fridays, and then we string enough wins together that we get the opportunity to make it to the playoffs. And then during the playoffs, all we're trying to do is win Monday through Thursday. And if we can win Monday through Thursday, then we're going to feel confident on that Friday.
Coach Clark, you have. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, one more. I know you have such a big roster. Who's stepped up so far for you throughout camp?
So as a program, we have 140 kids. We have 64 on our varsity roster, and the rest are junior varsity. The junior class right now is doing a really good job, and again, we're working with our senior class to step up and take leadership responsibilities. Bryson, Caden Lee, Caleb Exum are our 4 captains, and they've done a really good job, and we're working on growing as a program through those 4 individuals.
Talk to me. Go ahead.
Oh, Coach Clark, where you're located in Manatee County, it's a growing area.
Yes,
so
sir.
you're getting very top-notch student athletes. Families are moving in, and that's helping the Bulls program. But just talk about cultivating these gentlemen, and when you have athletes coming in and families coming in, it's good for Parish.
Yeah, I'm a little confused with the question. Are you talking about how do I get those kids to buy into who we are?
The population brings in more students.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, more students are student athletes.
Yes, sir.
So you might have an extra linebacker or running back who the family moved in, whether it be from Tampa or Sarasota or Syracuse. And it can help you because he can help these guys.
No, absolutely. So Parish is a growing area. I think that our first spring we had 44 kids, and then every year it's grown. And I think that has to do with people moving into the area that are interested in being part of a successful program. So we're excited about the growth of the area, and I think the more people that move in, the better opportunity that we have to pull athletes out of that community and to have them come out and play football for us.
When you have guys getting top-notch offers like UT Vols, how good is that?
That is great. I think he made the joke that his last name was Vols, not that he was offered by the Tennessee Vols.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But
okay.
no, we do have some kids on roster that have had the opportunity to earn athletic scholarships from various institutions. So I'm proud of our kids and I'm proud of our program.
Coach, one of the things I know about you, too, and you brought it up earlier, being a day-by-day person, a lot of people judge success by the wins and the losses and what they see in the box score. But, of course, you view it through a totally different lens because you can view it through that lens because you know more football than most other people probably do know. With that being said, how do you judge what success looks like for your team?
How do I judge what success? It usually starts with our mentality and how we approach each day. So are we on time? Are we dressed correctly? Once we're at practice, how focused are we? Are we trying to make the most out of every single period, whether it be special teams or individual or group or 7-on-7 or team? If we are winning those periods and competing at a very high level, and then we're able to do that for 24 periods, and then after that we go in the weight room and we're able to execute at a high level in the weight room, and then after the weight room we go to meeting, and then we execute at a high level and are very focused in meeting, and then we go to school. And then we stay out of trouble at school, and we focus on doing things right in the classroom. Then that's a good day. But are we willing to wake up at 5:30 the next day and do it again? And then the more days that you stack, the better off you're going to be. So when you look at what does success look, it's winning every period. So nothing's more important than the period that you're currently in. So can we win 24 of those in a row and then continue to stack the day?
I want to ask this question to the players. You guys will start off with Northport again this year, but you'll be at home this time around. Outside of having new teammates who come in, what are the differences that you know about your team this year as you approach that matchup compared to where you were last year when you made the trip down to Northport?
But can you ask that question again?
So you guys will open up with Northport again this year. They'll be in the early part of your schedule. Last year you made the trip down there. This year you're going to get to host them. What are the differences that you know about your team this year? Take out the fact that, of course, you're going to have some new teammates in some areas. But what are the differences about your team this year as you approach that matchup compared to where you were last year?
I feel like the team chemistry is way better. So we can play with our brothers and fight this game together instead of like last year, lost some players, and we just rebuilt through the summer workouts that we have been through, coming in early and all that. We can learn how to be around our players more and build that chemistry that we can play with each other.
This question's for Bryce. How many years have you been at the helm of at the quarterback position?
2 years now.
2 years. So talk to me a little bit about the position, how it's evolved, how the game has kind of slowed down for you so that you can make decisions, and do you get the autonomy to see things and make changes?
I feel like as time went on, I feel like things got easier because I've done it longer, and I feel like the more experience I have, the more like knowledge and the more I'll like know what to do in that instant. And I feel like from last year, I feel like now that it's my second year at the quarterback position, I feel like now I'll know like what to do in the moment.
Coach, do you give him the autonomy if he sees something to make a change?
Absolutely. So what we have offensively is our offensive coordinator, Seth Varnador. He gives a lot of autonomy to our quarterbacks, and whether it's pre-snap or post-snap reads that the quarterback gets to decide is Is the apex going to fit? If he fits, can we throw the RPO off of that? In the run game, is the end going to crash? If the end crashes, can I pull out the back door if it stays high? All right, am I going to give the ball to the running back? So, yeah, we got a lot of faith and confidence in Bryson. He's done an outstanding job over the past 10 days in camp. So we're going to see how it looks moving into the 15th for Steinbrenner is our first opponent. So, and then Northport the next week. So
Are you one of those? Coach Peacock was here a little bit earlier. If they turn on the scoreboard, you want to win. Doesn't matter if it's preseason or whatever.
Anywhere. Yep. Absolutely.
Coach,
Absolutely.
talk about your quarterback a little bit, and more like his growth. I mean, I'm noticing just walking in here more confident than when I saw you last year. So I'm sure on the field, that's probably true as well, right?
Oh, we're extremely proud of Bryce and his growth, not only physically but mentally and emotionally. And I think he's taken a step forward with his maturity as well. He understands the importance that he plays in that position, and I think he's really taken that role to heart and has done everything he possibly can to be the best moving into his senior year.
And then defensively, talk to me a little bit about your defense.
So,
What do you play? And again, do you have leaders that can all read the defense and make adjustments?
Absolutely. So our defense is led by Frank Post. He's our assistant head coach, defensive coordinator. He's been with me since day one. He does a phenomenal job. We're a 3-3-5, play a couple different coverages on the back end, and we play what he likes to call an amoeba defense, where we kind of move and adjust and we angle and we blitz, and then we try to match our blitz packages with our coverage packages on the back end. So he puts us in a lot of positions to be successful, and then we turn that over to our kids to make plays when given the opportunity.
Last couple of years, you've been in one of the toughest districts around. I mean, Palmetto's coming up next. They got you last year, but the competition in this district is pretty solid.
Absolutely. We embrace those challenges, and we that's just kind of who we are, but we really don't look at, again, in the future. We're trying to right now be the best version of ourselves moving into the Kickoff Classic versus Steinbrenner. And then after Steinbrenner, we're going to show up on Monday and try to win Monday through Thursday. And then we have Northport, and then just continue to build on that success.
Well, we've been talking with head coach Dylan Clark of the Parish Community Bulls. Bulls trying to improve on a 9-2 season from a year ago. Certainly do appreciate the time coming on down, making the trip, and nothing but the best of luck for you, Coach, and the players.
Absolutely. Well, I really appreciate you guys having us. All right, you guys have a great day.
Yeah, you do the same. Dylan Clark, the head coach of Parish Community. Take a time out. Suncoast Gridiron Media Day continues. Those aforementioned Palmetto Tigers are up next after a short timeout.
And welcome back to the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day here at Carroll GMC. I'm John Mastoni here, and we're now about to talk to the Palmetto Tigers. But before we do, Rich Spitaleri has a little read about our friends from Mighty Dog Roofing.
Yes, this portion of Suncoast Gridiron Media Day brought to you by Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida, locally owned, nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes and businesses across the Gulf Coast. 941-251-4257 is the phone number. Again, 941-251-4257. It's time for the Palmetto Tigers, defending 6A11 champs. Eric Sanders is the head coach there. Coach, thanks for joining us.
Appreciate you guys having us.
All right, appreciate it. And why don't you go ahead and either have them introduce themselves or introduce who you brought with you.
Go ahead and introduce yourselves, gentlemen.
There you go.
Left tackle for the Palmetto Tigers. I'm glad to be a Tiger here. My name is Michael Sanders, right tackle for Palmetto Tigers. Glad to be here.
My name is Zion Roberson, strong safety at Palmetto High School, and I'm glad to be here.
Okay.
And then we got three juniors back here.
Okay.
Go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
My name is Chase Henson. I play defensive tackle at Palmetto.
I'm Brandon Galway. I play kicker and punter at Palmetto.
My name is Kimaria Hans, and I play defensive end at Palmetto.
Excellent, guys. Appreciate it. Mentioned, defending district champs, coming off a 10-2 season. Obviously, a little disappointment in the playoffs, losing to Largo. But talk to me a little bit about that. And I know that Xavier's been asking this question a lot. How do you take that loss and use it as fuel and yet not be obsessed by it?
It's pretty simple. I mean, our goal is to win a state title, and our goal is not to win a district title. It's part of your process of getting to your ultimate goal, but our goal is to win a state title, and if you fall short of that, you just use it as fuel. And that's what these kids have done. You know, we started way back in first part of December, started training for it, and these kids have come to work every day. They've done everything we've asked them to do, and we're looking forward to the season. We really are. We think we're going to be pretty tough, and we're looking forward to showing that on Friday night.
Are you part of the early morning brigade that's been practicing between like 5:45 and 6 to try to avoid the weather, or are you one of those that has been actually practicing in the weather?
We go at night. We go at 6 p.m. Up until school starts. So, and then we'll start going after school when school starts. So we've been pretty fortunate with weather so far.
Okay, that's good. I was going to ask you, have you lost a lot of practices?
No, we've been very fortunate. Weather's been great. So we've gotten quality practice time in so far.
Coach, you come into a historic program with a lot of success and a lot of really good talent. You take this team into the playoffs, you win, but just talk about this year. It's a brand new hit the reset button, and you want to win and go even further this year with new lights and stadium improvements and some guys that want to help the cause.
Yeah, we got a lot coming back from last year's team. These guys are hungry. And like I said, our goal isn't to win a district title. That's great to win district titles and all that. Our goal is to win a state title. So we're going to do whatever we can to try to accomplish that goal. These kids, like I said, have worked their tail off ever since December. They bought in. They're a great group of guys in the locker room, great group of guys to coach on the field. So I'm just looking forward to having them showcase their abilities on Friday night.
The kicking game, phenomenal. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, this guy right behind us, he's as good as you can get. Number 1 rated kicker and number 1 punter in the country. So, we're going to try to use that as a weapon, all 3 phases of the game. So, play the field position game, could steal points, maybe some other teams can't. So, we'll definitely use that as an advantage.
Yeah, hidden points are a big thing in all football, but, in high school football, like you said, if you can steal a few points, if you can, kick inside the 20, if you can drive stalls at around the 25 or 30, and you can get 3 points out of that. That's huge.
Very huge. Like I said, we're going to be, sound in all 3 phases of the game, and we're going to use special teams as a weapon. And we got a great long snapper. We got guys that can cover. So, and obviously we got a kicker that could do all 3 things: kickoff, field goal, and punt. So we feel very fortunate.
Right.
So obviously last year was your first season.
Yep.
You guys already looked like all of you kind of had like a more confidence than you did at the beginning of last season. Talk about that, but also in a way of you guys have a tough schedule.
Yeah.
So
Well, last year I got the job, I think, in June, a little over a year ago. So it was a lot to just get the season going and get everything organized and all that. Now, get a year under your belt, get a whole off season with these guys and training. We feel much more, I guess, at peace with kind of the organization and the day-to-day operations of everything. So, yeah, we got a tough schedule. Our first 5 games, all of them are tough. And then we got a bye week. Then obviously we got a rival with Manatee, and we have some district games mixed in there. So, we just approach it 1 week at a time. Our goal is to win every game. We're not going to shy away from that. Hopefully we can do that. We almost did it last year, but we didn't. But that's our goal, win every game.
Tell you.
There's a lot of guys. We feel really good where we're at up front on both sides of the ball and in the box. Some linebackers have really stepped up. Our D-line is very deep. Offensive line's been playing great. So we feel very good where we're at in the box. We've got some new guys out there on the perimeter and on defense on the perimeter, but they've also been practicing very well. So we feel very, very confident where we are right now. We still got a ways to go. We understand that. It's still a process to get to where you want to get to, but we feel pretty good where we're at.
Eric Sanders, the head coach of the Palmetto Tigers. Talk to me about the quarterback position. Has that been solved? And talk to me a little bit about your level of confidence with who you chose.
Matthew Hennessy is our starting quarterback. He started in our spring game. He's to be a junior. Had a phenomenal spring. Been a great summer, great fall camp. He's a great kid. 6'3", 180, 185. To be a junior, he's got a lot of growth still. But a very humble, coachable, low-maintenance quarterback, which is awesome to find. Understands the game, processes information very fast, very, very consistent. You kind of know exactly what you're going to get on a day-to-day basis.
I'm noticing the seniors all nodding their head. They seem to be on board. That's a huge thing. You got your quarterback's your leader, and these guys look like they are right on board.
Yeah, you get the same kid every day with Matt. So I have the utmost confidence in him and leading our team and being able to perform on Friday night.
What's your mix going to be like this year?
We'll be a lot of 11 personnel. We'll mix in some 12, but we'll be a mostly 11 personnel team. We got a really good tight end, 3 receivers, running back, and we'll go from there.
Excellent.
Coach, just one question here for you. Going into your second year as a head coach, obviously coming into the late spring, early summer of last year, this time around it felt like you got to have a full off season. With that being said, what are some of the biggest lessons that you took away from your experience last year that you're taking into this year to make
I'm just trying to get in better day-to-day habits, starting in the off-season way back in December when we started it. Just try to consistent day-to-day habits that are going to carry over every single day, and it's going to be second nature to them come Friday night to be able to perform, act right, be great teammates, all of that. So we're just trying to create consistent everyday habits that'll help them perform on Friday night.
All right, this one's for the players. Talk to me about the difference between last year and this year in camp. Like Coach said, he didn't show up till June. That's way late in the game. Talk to me a little bit about the off season and into the camp and as we get ready for kickoff classics next week.
Yeah, that's a great question. Honestly, the difference is incredible. Coach Sanders set us up very well. Our seniors before us set us up really well. And I feel like we really have the chance to bring it home this year. If not last year, we're definitely going to do it this year. And it's just a warning to all the other teams that this is a completely new school, new team. Still, Coach Sanders, Coach KT, all of our coaches, they've been taking care of us, and we're ready to show that more and more every year.
Anybody else want to jump in?
Just all going off of last year, I feel like Coach Sanders came in, new head coach. We was trying to learn new stuff. But just going into this offseason, we all just knew it. We just started off strong, started off fast, and just came secondhand nature.
Yeah, Coach KT and Coach Sanders, we got in the weight room as soon as possible. That Tuesday, we ain't got no week off. Tuesday, we got in the weight room, hit the field hard, and I feel like that's what's gonna separate us from a lot of teams. And I feel like we got it this year for sure.
You mentioned the schedule's kind of tough out of the box. Obviously, you want to win every game. How do you keep the players engaged if things go a little south in a game or two?
Look, there's going to be some bad things on Friday night. It ain't going to go perfect. It ain't going to go smooth. But, from day to day, you got to learn how to handle adversity, handle some things that don't go your way, overcome it. And at the final whistle, you got to have more points than them. It doesn't matter how you do it. I don't care if we win 3-2 or 50-49. So as long as we can just find a way to overcome any obstacle that comes in their way, because there will be obstacles in our way. There will be adversity. Bad stuff will happen on Friday night. You just got to keep going, keep playing, stick to your habits, and hopefully we'll come out on top at the end.
Does the extra tough schedule, is that a product of maybe you didn't think it was as tough last year, or is it?
It'll be tougher this year. And we're all Palmetto. We're expected to play tough teams, and we're expected to win. So, but it's gonna be a tough schedule this year. We got tough opening stretch those first 5 games, and but we can take it one day at a time, keep plugging away, keep getting better, and try not to look too far ahead, and just keep going.
I saw your fellow Tiger alumni scored last night for the Ravens. How inspiring is that for you guys to see something, especially right as you're about to head into the season?
It's very inspiring. It makes you think like, oh, that could really be any of us, especially if we just buy into what our coach is showing us and telling us. If we work hard, that could be us too. We just got to buy in, keep going to practice, keep getting better and better, and it's paying off. So hopefully one day we can have the same ability to do what he's doing. It's amazing. It's a very good, very nice feeling.
Coach, the rivalries during the season, and we're looking at Manatee County in this case. You'll play Manatee.
Yep.
And everybody wants to see that when they see a P on one side and an M on the other side. It's fascinating, and there's a lot to that. And then there's Braden River and so on and so forth. But just talk about the rivalries and why those are very competitive.
Yeah, Palmetto and Manatee, they've been going at it for, a long, long time, a lot longer than I've been alive. So we know the whole community, the whole county's got all eyes on that game when that game happens. We got a long ways to go until we play them. I think we play them week 9, so it's pretty late in the year. However, we know that's a huge rivalry. It's a huge game. There's no dodging anything like that. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that game. We'll be ready for it, Those games are exciting. When you get that big a crowd, that many eyes on, we don't have to worry about those guys showing up on Friday night to play hard because they're going to give it all they got. And then we got a couple district teams or county teams in our district. We got Parish, who played us tough last year. They're a tough team, good program. And then Lakewood Ranch as well is in our district. So those county teams are in our district. And then obviously the big one is Manatee. So Palmetto Manatee. We hope everybody comes out and watches.
That you mentioned the district, and you mentioned the ultimate goal is bigger than the district. But you're in a really tough district. I think you're in one of the toughest districts, certainly in this area. And I think that sets you up nice for when you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, if you want to be ready for the playoffs, you got to play tough teams in the regular season. Otherwise, you just won't be ready. And our region's tough because the defending champ is in our region, West Boca Raton, and they are no joke. They are tough. So, if we want to get a chance, then that's the ultimate goal is to beat them and knock them off. If we want to get to that level, we got to go through some tough teams to get there. There's no sugarcoating it. There's no dodging that. And so hopefully we can do that.
All right. Well, Coach, we certainly do appreciate your time. Eric Sanders, the head coach of the Palmetto Tigers, is going to improve on a 10-2 season in 2025. Certainly do appreciate you and your players coming out.
Guys.
Nothing but the best of luck.
I appreciate that. Thank you guys for having us.
All right. There he goes. Eric Sanders of the Palmetto Tigers on Suncoast Gridiron Media Day. We're live here at GMC dealership, Carroll GMC. And when we come back, the Riverview Rams will be on the mic.
Go Tigers.
Yep.
And we're back here at Carroll GMC and
Yeah,
the Suncoast
he plays
Gridiron
outside
Media
linebacker
Day.
more.
Thank you to the Carroll GMC as always. Thank you for everybody giving the food. Joey D's hopped in with some pizza just recently. We got bagels. We're all carved up today. I guarantee that. Lots of water after the lunches we've had. With that, Riverview Rams, Rich Spitaleri, take it from there.
This portion of Suncoast Gridiron Media Day at Carroll GMC brought to you by Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida, locally owned, nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes and businesses across the Gulf Coast. Want to know more? Give them a call, 941-251-4257. Again, that number, 941-251-4257. Brody Wiseman, an assistant coach with the Riverview Rams, kind enough to join us.
Appreciate you guys putting this on.
Absolutely.
I've seen this event the last couple of years. It's been a great thing.
So talk to us about why Mr. Cristiani's not here, the head coach.
So Coach C just had a baby, Boone. So I'm taking his place. I thought I was done with public speaking, but here I am. And brought some of our seniors with me. We got Andon Clough. He's going to be a safety / outside linebacker. We got Isaiah Belt, who's a returning back for us. He's a 2,000-yard rusher for his career. Really excited about him. And then big chap down here, Luke Chappell, is our starting right tackle.
Excellent.
All right, Coach. Well, speaking of Coach C, he's going into his first year as a head coach with the program. Now, he had been an assistant coach for many years with the program. But him taking over, what are already some of the differences that you have seen just with his approach and how the players have responded to that approach so far?
Well, it's really nice to have him back. My first year at Riverview, Coach C was with us, and he ran our strength and conditioning program. Last year, he was working on a doctorate, and we did not have him with us, and we really missed him. What you find out, I think where you set your work habits in your football program is in your off season and in your weight room. And previously, when he was with the program, that's what he was doing. And I felt like he did a tremendous, I was blown away when I first came to Riverview and I saw the way that they did things in there and the culture and the environment that he set. And the great thing about seeing him now as the head coach is I feel like that culture and that environment now is translating to everything in our football program. And it's been really impressive. And me, I haven't, when I became a head coach and I did it myself, I didn't have a lot of people early on that had a ton of experience, and I got to see it done at a really high level. And I feel like as a coach, I take a lot away and I learn a lot from Coach C.
Coach, this team went 4-6 last year. They still made the playoffs, but that's not the standard of Riverview football. But one of the things that was different about this team last year compared to teams of years past was the youth on the team. Yep. It was a relatively younger team. With the guys who are coming back this year, have you already noticed a difference in them this year besides them just being a year older? Have you noticed that they have a different mental approach to the game?
Yeah, last year was tough because we were extremely young. Started a lot of sophomores, a lot of juniors, and we played a really, really difficult schedule. And like you said, 4-6 at Riverview, that's not the expectation. That's still a first-round playoff team. Still went to the postseason, but at a place like Riverview with the standards that we have, that's not what we expect out of our group. What we do have right now is we have 17 returning starters, that played a gauntlet of a schedule last year, one of the tougher schedules in the state, and they're tested. They've seen what it looks like to line up against a Division I nose tackle and have to see that every day. Luke Chapp over here, his first 4 games, he started as a junior for us at center. He plays Miami Columbus, Bishop Verot, Port Charlotte, and Naples. And that was an experience. It didn't go extremely well, but him having gone through that made him a much, much better football player, and I think you can see that across our roster. We're not a team that's made up of a whole bunch of transfers, but we got a bunch of homegrown kids that have really been through some stuff, and I think if you want to accomplish anything really great in life, you got to go through some hard times, and they went through some hard times as a group last year, and I'm really excited about what that means for this group this season.
Coach Brody, talk about Isaiah, the running back. He's able to run downhill, running through holes, off tackle, and then tell us what it's like for you personally to run and see the field.
You want to take that, Isaiah?
I enjoy it. I enjoy my O-line. Like, I have a tremendous O-line. Even last year, they do a great job blocking for me, and I can't do much without them. So I give them all the thanks to that for being able to run through those holes. So, yeah.
And just to piggyback off what he said, one of the things that I think really makes Isaiah great is, everyone wants to run the football. If you play that position, that's what everyone looks at. If you watch him play, he's very, very special at doing all of the little things. And that's what I appreciate with him as a play caller and offensive coordinator. I can trust him on every down. We can be in a passing down. I know he's going to help set our protection. I know he's going to do a fantastic job catching the ball. And it's really nice to have him because he's been in our system for 2 years and he really understands what we're doing. And I think he's going to have a good year for us.
For the players, talk about the differences this season with Coach Cristiani. Any of you guys?
One of the major differences I've noticed this year is that I feel like we're more of a unit and a team. Like, especially with Coach Cristiani stepping in, I feel like we're more disciplined. And I feel like it's really helped us improve a lot during this off season because we're just a unit and we're like a team, you know what I mean?
I would say, I want to say what Coach Brody said, the environment. It's definitely a big change. You go in the weight room, he's blasting music, he's getting everybody hyped up, and it's the same way on the field too, and everyone loves it. Everyone has a great time. It's just a whole different environment. It's very good to be in.
I think what Coach Cristiani has changed is that he's made all the players feel like playing for each other as a team instead of playing for themselves.
He's a high-energy guy. I remember him from here in Venice. He's got a motor that just goes and goes and goes.
He has a word for that. We're not going to talk about it, but he is a very high-energy guy. And what's great is some people can do that, and they can do it temporarily, and you'll see that he is just that way. Right. And it's every day when you come in the building, and it's infectious with the kids. And it makes my job as a coach pretty easy when a lot of the energy and all that stuff's being handled, discipline and the structure's all there. I just got to go call offense. And I think a lot of our coaching staff feels that way, that it allows us to be better because a lot of the things that you have to deal with outside of X's and O's, he does a really good job at handling.
Isaiah, I want to pose this question to you and the other players. You guys feel free to chime in after him. But what are some of the goals that you have individually and collectively that you want to accomplish? Because, yes, it's the ultimate team sport, but you have your own marks that you want to set, too, that lets everyone know that, yes, I did this here as well.
For me personally, my sophomore year, I rushed for 1,000, almost 100 yards. I would say that this season I want to get more. I want to get the same, if not more than that. So for my personal goals, and as an offense, I think that we have very high goals. I'm not sure for the offense as a whole because we're gonna do great things, passing and all. But I don't know what goals to set for the offense because we have it's gonna be really good.
Let me rephrase that question then a little, because were there some things that you didn't do last year offensively that you guys have been working very effectively in practice throughout the summer and throughout the start of fall camp that you can already see where there's going to be a difference? Not that it's necessarily a goal, but you just know there's going to be a difference, whether it's the passing game, whether it's the rushing attack, the receiving corps, what the offensive line is doing.
For the offensive line, it's physicality. This year, I would say we're going to be a very, very physical, a hard team to play up front with in general. And our receiving core, I mean, we have a very nice receiving core. We got a transfer. We got 2 more transfers who came in, and they're, like, very great. I think they're going to do a lot for us.
Isaiah, you get to graduate from Riverview High School, Sarasota Riverview, the Rams. Some gentlemen at different high schools there's a lot of movement. In college, it's the transfer portal. You could have went anywhere. Yeah. I'm sure you can. You're a Ram, but why stay and why continue to rush like you do with the Ram on your chest?
It's just a simple fact that the people I'm around, the people I've been with for the last 4 years, I mean, it's a brothership. It's a brotherhood around it. Like, I've been with Luke since middle school almost, and as well as like 3 of my other O-linemen, and not to mention the other people on my team. I could never leave this brotherhood. I would never do it.
And Coach Christiani, I know is a driver of that as well.
Absolutely.
He just again, I remember him when he was here. He is all about the team, all about the kids. This is their time to shine, and he's going to make good young men out of them. You all are, really.
There's been a lot of that this offseason. The spring we had a lock-in, the midnight practice. This summer we were able to go to a padded team camp for 3 days. And we've done a lot of stuff in our program to just kind of bring our kids together, make them spend time together. And I think when you're investing in that, you kind of see the results on the field when you go out there and you get into some tough situations and you got to depend on the guy next to you. If that's somebody that you trust and you're close with, I think you probably got a better chance of being successful.
Coach Brody, can you give us an update on quarterback? Every school wants to have a good quarterback. Tell us a little bit about quarterback, the camp, Rams camp, and the quarterback.
We're blessed to have 2 really, really good quarterbacks and kids that I believe a lot in. And we also have a gadget guy who was our starting quarterback last year, Anthony Miller. But Parker Nippert and Logan Carrillo do a fantastic job. And I'm not sure, there's not a ton of game film out on those guys from last year. But I think when people watch them play, they'll be pretty impressed with what they see at that position. But I'm excited. We got Parker going into his senior year. You talk about arm talent, the things that he can execute and do. I'm so impressed with his progress. And then Logan Carrillo is one of the smartest football players I've ever coached. And so, it's a situation where as an offensive play caller and a coordinator, where I got 2 guys I have a lot of confidence in, and I feel really good about what they've done for our offense, and then the players that are surrounding them. Makes their job really easy.
Are you going to rotate them, or are you going to name a starter?
We're going to start the kickoff classic game. Parker Nippert's going to take the reins, and we've been really impressed with his off season. And then we feel really fortunate that we're in the situation where we have 2 guys that if we feel like if something were to happen or a situation plays out, that we have 2 guys that we feel like are varsity level starting quarterbacks in this area and probably could start for just about any program around here. So Anthony Miller is kind of our gadget guy. He was our leading receiver as a sophomore, and then in his junior year he was our starting quarterback. He does just about everything for our offense, and then you go look at special teams. I think when you talk about versatility and what he offers to our program and potentially what he offers in college, I'm really excited about that, and you might see some unique things with where he lines up and some of the stuff that he does, because you do have a kid that you're lining up at receiver who can also throw the ball 70 yards downfield. So that's a little bit of a weapon that we have, and it was nice to have it as a sophomore when we had him out there, when we were able to do some of those things, and we've kind of been able to get back to that. And it's just another element of our offense that we use and we're excited about.
Wildcat?
A little bit. We also got some other guys who can carry the ball really well. One of them right here, and then we got 3 or 4 other ones. So we might line up in some unorthodox stuff from time to time.
We've talked a lot about the offense. When Riverview's really good, their defense is really good. Talk to me a little bit about the defense.
Well, I think it starts with the defensive coordinator. You look back the last decade, if you remove John Peacock, Josh Smithers has probably been the most consistent winning coach in this area. And being a head coach is a hard deal, and a lot of it you get taken away from scheme. And now you have a really, really good football coach who's no longer having to worry about all the extra curricular stuff that comes with football, who's fully dedicated on scheme. And I go against him every day. I scheme against him in practice. He does a fantastic job. And, having been at Riverview the last 2 years and now seeing this defensive unit that we have right now, going against it in practice every day, seeing the coverages and certain things they're doing on the back end and how multiple they are, I'm really excited about that side of the ball. And hopefully they'll be able to get us the ball back on offense a little bit more. It should be great.
All right. Brody Wiseman, the offensive coordinator of the Riverview Rams, sitting in for Coach Mark Cristiani, who is a proud papa once again. Is that 4 now?
I think so.
Oh, wow. Well, anyway.
It's hard to keep track.
Appreciate 7 more, and he has his starting 11.
I think that's
There
what
you
we're
go.
working towards. We'll see.
Appreciate you taking the time, coming on down, bringing the gentleman with you, and nothing but the best of luck this year for you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Brody Wiseman of the Riverview Rams on Suncoast Gridiron Media Day, live at Carroll GMC. We're going to take another time out. We come back. Sarasota Christian is in the house. Stay tuned. know, but
And welcome back to Carroll GMC and the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day. John Massoni here with our professional interviewers over here and our professional camera person and interviewer over here as well with Gia from SNN. Real quick, over to Xavier for the introduction of the Sarasota Christian Blazers.
All right. Thank you so much for that, John. And we are pleased to be joined by Coach Jacob Spinn and the Sarasota Christian Blazers. Coach, thank you for making the trip down.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
And if the two young men with you, if you could please pick up that microphone and please introduce yourselves to us.
My name is Ben Milliken. I'm a senior at Sarasota Christian. I play quarterback.
My name is Avante Harrison. I'm also a senior at Sarasota Christian. I play right tackle.
All right, thank you for that, Coach. Team went 6-5 last season. You're building on what was a pretty strong campaign, and you're going into your second year of playing 11-on-11 football.
Yep.
So let's take a trip back to last season, if we may. What was that first year of making that transition to 11-on-11 football like?
Well, it was a lot of fun. There were definitely some challenges. There's no question about that. When we sat here last year, I was optimistic we'd be competitive in every game. I think we were more than competitive in every game, and that was a lot of fun. I think what we did in 8-man as far as throwing the ball transitioned really well. One thing this year that I'm excited about, I think we're going to be able to run the ball. All right, we adding Avante, and then Jacob Lester is one of our guys that was hurt with an ACL all last season. So we'll have add back Jacob Murray as well, and we have a freshman lineman in Cooper Boland. So we've got a pretty solid O-line. Probably one of the biggest O-lines I've had maybe ever in my 24 years of coaching. So I'm excited about the opportunity, not just to run the ball, but to protect Ben. Running the ball for us means maybe 10 times a game, I guess. That's a lot of run plays for me to call. So, we're excited about that. And, it was, I think, thinking about starting a program, the 8-man was an awesome thing. Shout out to the SSAA for offering that for small schools that are starting out. I think it's awesome. We're definitely excited to be playing 11-man football, and all that comes with that, from the venues, the total environment is exciting to be a part of, and it was great last year. Got to play some great schools, and we really enjoyed it.
Now, you talk about the excitement part of it. I have to ask, what are some of the learning lessons that you and your staff were able to learn from that experience last year that you're taking into this year that you're going to be more equipped to handle?
There's definitely, certainly on the defensive side of the ball, there's a lot more prep with 11-man. Now, all of us that coached 11-man before, we were used to that, but it's easy to – 8-man becomes, hey, we're going to send 4 and we're going to play man coverage. There's not a lot of defensive scheming. We're just getting after them, and there was more, a little more than that. But we certainly learned last year we've got to do a lot more prep defensively, and we've adjusted some things defensively this year to, I think, fit our guys a little better. So I'm excited about that. We did have 4 defensive linemen that were seniors, so that's our biggest loss. I mean, we had younger guys in rotation and that kind of thing, but that'll be the biggest area we're trying to fill. I think skill-wise and offensively, it transitioned real well, so it wasn't a whole lot difference. But the defensive side of the ball, I think, was probably the biggest thing. So,
got to tip your cap, to switch from 8-man to 11-man. And to have a winning record, to me, no, in all seriousness, yeah. Coach. I mean, because there is big differences, and you guys are a smaller school, so the numbers are not there that other schools have the luxury for. So that is a big hat tip to you.
Oh, I appreciate that. When we want to build culture, I want our kids to be on great teams. Great teams tend to win more games, but they want to be part of something where they're excited to be there, that they love their teammates, that. This is a place where they want to spend some time, and that I think we've been able to achieve that. We got several new players this year, and a couple of them are transfers, and Avante can speak for himself here in a minute, but I think that our guys, they love being a part of what we do, and I do think it's unique. I do think it's different, and how we approach it and how we coach, and that it's something special to be a part of. So,
Coach, the Blazers, that's a great name, by the way.
Yeah.
You guys, tell us what it feels like to be a senior. It's finally here. You want to win games, get an education, and go through the process. But what's it like to head into your senior year?
I'd say it's definitely saddening because I've been here since my freshman year. I've played all 4 years for Coach Ben, so the term finally here I don't think is the right term because I don't think I was looking forward to this, knowing I have like a minimum of 11 games to play here. I'd say it's sad, but I'd say just like the mindset we all have is because the first class, I mean, we're all senior. Most of us are seniors now. We got like 11 seniors, and I think we're all like ready to hey, let's take the next step. Go back to, 6-5, and a lot of those losses were close. I think we were right there, one possession games in a lot of them. I think we can take the next step, and I think as seniors, that's what we're ready to do.
I would say this is my first year here, but it feels like I've been with these guys since my freshman year, and it's sad, but I'm grateful that I'm able to spend my senior season with this team.
That's great. You chose them. See, that to me is a great dynamic because, and you jumped right in, and obviously you fit right in as well.
Yes, sir.
So.
From the coaching staff to all the players, I came in, I didn't know what to expect, but they made me feel like I fit in there. I was their family from the day I walked in, and it's been great.
Coach, the senior leadership component, but you also have some other pieces coming in. And guys are together. They want to win. Just talk about that, and it's a good time to put that together.
Yeah, well, I think it is unique. We have a large group of guys that have started for 4 years because we're building something. This is the first. Last year we definitely had senior leadership and guys that had played, but this is the first year where they feel like they're really a senior class, and so that is really that's different. You can just tell that there's some things where they take ownership of it, and we also have enough of their kind of established culture. Those first few years, I was leading a lot of that. Now I just watch players lead a lot of it, and that's positive as well. And so I think that'll be a very important factor throughout the season is watching those seniors. And it's gonna be tough. There's gonna be a game. I'm gonna cry. Like I cried last year. I cry every year. But when you invest in something and you build something and you the final time you get to do it as that collective group. It's tough. And but I think that's also what sports is all about. So.
They've developed from when I was new as a freshman, but most of them had already been here. All the receivers and even the ones that are new have all under Coach Ben's leadership, leading the receivers. They've all developed, and it makes my job easier if I'm sitting back there and I know I just feel in sync with them. I know when they're going to break. I know where they want the football in their body. I know when they're going to be open within the plays because it's the same offense. I think it just makes my job a lot easier. You
said it's the same offense, but. Going from 8-man to 11-man, what was that transition like?
Really, I don't think it was that much different. The playbook has really stayed the same. I think the only thing, and I think it really helped us, was that we had more linemen coming in front. Like he said earlier, we were seeing protection. 4. Yeah. So I think the pass concepts are the same. So I think it's the same offense. It's just we get more time to throw the ball.
Coach, you mentioned something there about how there will be some games this season where you'll cry because you said you cry every year. I bring that up because – what type of impact do you believe that it has on your players to see that they have a coach who cares so much that he is openly willing to wear his emotions on his sleeves? Because we see something like this in the NFL already with Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, and we see the culture and how he's been able to build that team up for them to be able to become what they've became over the past few seasons.
Well, it's our goal to be transformational in their lives, not just to be transactional. I want to win games. Every player I've ever had play for me wanted to win games. But there's a bigger thing we're trying to do. We're trying to impact young men. As a Christian school, we get an even broader platform to do that. But I think that's what makes it impactful, you know. And there's lots of great coaches out there, and I would say that probably most coaches got into it to impact lives. They started. They want to win games too, but you know you see lots of stories about that. So that's not unique to us, but I think that I've always felt like, hey, if you can be real and open with your players and bring them into the process of becoming men, that goes a long way. That builds a bond. And you know, I still have players that I coached 20 years ago that I get text messages from, or just different things. And those are the actual paychecks in coaching, for real. So,
Vontae, what was it about this Blazers program that attracted you in a way that made you say, I want to come finish out my high school playing career here with the Sarasota Christian Blazers?
Truthfully, I follow Christ, and I just feel a big part of it was that it's more Christ-centered than anything else. So that was a big part of it, a big influence on me, and it really helped my decision to where to go.
Coach, one more transition question, and I'll get off it, because I'm fascinated because offensively, Ben said things are the same. But defensively is a huge difference between 8 and 11-man football. Yeah. And you guys were able to make that transition to be 6-5, and you could have easily been 8-3 or 9-2.
Yeah. No, I think that's true. I think that if there are 8-man teams that run the ball primarily, and if we had been an 8-man team that primarily ran the ball, I don't think we could have. That doesn't carry over. Right. But when you're a quick passing game, now, the 3 people we added to get to 11 all are in protection. Our back usually is in protection, or we have 2 tackles that now are in protection. So that, I think that really, you go to 7-on-7, right? You get 4 seconds to throw the ball. I always laugh at that. I mean, tell me when you're going to get 4 seconds in any game, at any level. Like, you don't, And if you do, the 4th second is highly duressed, right? Mm-hmm. This is not just standing here looking around like 7-on-7 goes. So, we learned that, hey, Ben knows it's about 2.2 seconds is where all our decisions are made under that, and that ball has got to be out. And so that 8-man forced that issue, and I think it forced all of us to grow in that. So that made that transition. Now it's kind of like sometimes we get 2.5 to 2.8 seconds, and we're like, wow, we got a lot of time, and so I think that's probably how that goes. So,
one more question for you, and this one's actually going to go over to Ben, because you talked a little about how you and Coach have such a strong bond with each other, and you're going to miss being a part of this program when it's all over. What is the best piece of advice that you have received from Coach Spen over the years, whether it's about football or it's about life, that you will continue to carry with you after your time here is done when you graduate in the spring?
The same quote he says after every game: the next morning the sun will rise and Christ is still the Lord of the universe. I think that's the greatest piece of advice that anyone could ever give, let alone from a coach. I mean, just from the rest of my life, I'm going to go through seasons of hardship, and just knowing, like, having someone speak into your life that the sun will still rise tomorrow and the Lord is still the Lord of the universe. I mean, I don't think there's something greater than that.
Jacob Spen, the head coach of Sarasota Christian. The Blazers coming off a 6-5 season. Redistricting probably happens next year. Are you guys looking to stay freelance, or are you going to go district?
So we'll probably stay in the SSAA, and so that puts us with about 50 to 60 11-man teams across the state, and I think that's a good fit for us right now. That may change in the future, but it allows us to, for the most part, we're playing similar size schools. I mean, we have 15 kids in our high school this year. Yeah, so not much. I'm not sure how many Riverview had as they were doing this before us, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't 215 in any one class. So, right. That's all we got to choose from. So, football is somewhat of a numbers game. That being said, we got a lot of guys that I think they can play at a lot of places. But the SSAA has been a good home for us, and we're excited about that.
Jacob Spen, the head coach at Sarasota Christian, thank you and your players for coming on down and joining us here on Suncoast Gridiron Media Day, and wish you nothing but the best of luck during the season.
All right, thank you.
All right. We continue on with Suncoast Gridiron Media Day here live at Carroll GMC. Coming up, the Northport Bobcats are in the house. Stay tuned.
gave me the small chair.
Back here at Carroll GMC with our Suncoast Gridiron Media Day and our last but not least team of the day, the Northport Bobcats. I'm going to hand it over to Rich Bedeler to do the read and the intros. Go
All right,
for it, Rich.
Our Suncoast Gridiron Media Day at Carroll GMC, brought to you by Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida, locally owned, nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes and businesses across the Gulf Coast. Want to know more? Call them at 941-251-4257. That's 941-251-4257. Newly minted head coach of the Northport Bobcats, Devin Gales, kind enough to join us. Coach, thanks for coming on down. Bring a couple players with you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Let's get introduced to the players that you have with you here.
All right, so
I'm Mason. My name is Mason Owens. I'm offensive lineman.
Okay.
And my name is Nick Darzi. I'm our tight end and our DN.
Okay. Outstanding. All right, Coach, we were talking just before we went on the air. You're new to the area, actually. Spending some time a little bit up the coast.
Yeah, so I'm new back to the area. I coached at Northport for 4 years, and I went to Pinellas County for about 7 or 8, and then I just got back here down in March.
Okay. Couple of consecutive seasons, non-losing seasons after going 20-plus years without, 5-5 a year ago. Still freelancing. What's the thought process? Next year they'll probably do some redistricting. You thinking to maybe get into a district?
Yeah, so that'll definitely happen at the end of this season. We got one more year. As you guys know, when you go independent, they're 2-year contracts. You got to play your 2 years. That being said, the schedule this year is much harder than it's been the last 2 or 3 years. We went through, the athletic department went through and started kind of shuffling it right before I got there, finished when I got there. And we've got, the Sarasota, Braden River, Sarasota, Riverview, Charlotte. So we got back to playing kind of our local teams and getting back to that level of competition going into the district after the season's over.
Coach, how proud are you coming back to this program, being here for 4 years? How proud are you to be coming back to a program that many no longer view as a quote-unquote circle win on their schedule? Like, the culture has completely changed within the past few years to go from 20-plus seasons of not having winning records to having 2 straight seasons of non-losing records.
Yeah, so I'm extremely proud as somebody from this area to see the school kind of starting to take those big steps, and I'm excited to be part of this group that's hopefully going to get us over the hump and moving forward.
Coach, during the off season, I had the opportunity to break a story for Bobcats football where the coach decided to spend more time with his family, and that's always a beautiful thing. And in the process, you're able to come back to the area and coach these gentlemen up. Just talk about taking over a good foundation, and you guys want to win and continue to build on that.
Yeah, so that was one of those things, like you said, that Coach Belzer wanted to spend more time at home with the baby at home, and that's awesome for him. We're excited for him as a community. But it's one of those things I kind of talk about with the guys and being a team of opportunity. This was a great opportunity for me to come back and be involved with them. And like I was saying, they've set an excellent foundation the last couple of years moving up. Like I said, I'm just excited to be a part of it and excited to hopefully kind of get us over this hump.
You have a beautiful school, beautiful stadium, some great student athletes, and you're building on that. Just talk a little bit about everything is there, you just need to fine-tune it.
Yeah, we absolutely have all the tools. Like you said, the stadium, I mean, we're only a couple years removed from getting the turf and everything put down. Looks beautiful. Weight room's only a year old. We doubled the size of our weight room about a year and a half ago. We've got all the tools that we need. We've got great kids that go to our school that do the right things in and outside of the classroom, and now we just got to finish it on the field.
So the last 2 years you guys have improved. How are you going to continue that improvement?
So part of that is taking where we were at and kind of just continuing to install new pieces in place to help the players out, and then also increasing that competition level that we're playing. Like I said, part of the schedule this year is we're going to go back to playing some of our area teams and seeing that level of competition that Sarasota County's proud of.
Talk to me a little bit about your philosophy. Coach Belzer was run the ball maybe 55-60% of the time, throw the ball about 35-40%. Talk to me a little bit about your philosophy. What are you looking to run here?
Yeah, so we definitely want to be 50-50. Coach Belser and I come from a similar background as far as playing style. My first 3 years in Pinellas County, we were a wing T team, which is what Coach Belser's done the last 3 or 4. And then for the last 4 years I had in Pinellas County, we kind of took those wing T concepts, a lot of them, and did what you see in college football and the NFL, where we're making them more modernized and spreading the ball out a little bit more. So even though we're going to be more of a spread team, you're going to see us use a tight end, a fullback, run a lot of gap scheme, and then also integrate some of the concepts that you see in these West Coast and air raid offenses where we're moving the ball outside. So we definitely want to be more 50-50 and probably move towards a more balanced attack than what it was last year. But as we all know, you got to run the ball if you want to win games, so we better be able to do it.
Coach, who are some of those names on your team that you would say right now are sleepers, but by the end of the season they're going to emerge as names that everyone in the community is going to know about?
So I'm going to start with, I think we have a lot. I mean, our team is very much a team of opportunity. Coming into this season from last season, even with the growth the program's making, we only have 4 returning starters. So we're going to have a lot of names at the end of the season that people aren't looking out for that you're going to see come in. Obviously, Nick Godarzi has been here and has been a name that people have been talking about for a while. He's played some DN, played some tackle, playing some tight end now. Mason Owens is going to be big time for us on the O-line, D-line. All right, and then as far as our skill positions are concerned, we've got Charles Cash. He's going to be a senior this year. He has greatly developed from when we got in January to now. And then our quarterback this season is only going to be a sophomore. So Jack Stolzfus is definitely going to have his opportunity to kind of come on the scene and be that guy.
I want to ask this question to the players because obviously, you know, having a new head coach, parts of the new staff also that are coming in, like you guys, you want to hit the ground up and running and you want to surprise people in the community. And I say that just in terms of when you have a new coach, sometimes the community doesn't know what to expect. Obviously, the foundation is in play there. But how important is it to build those brotherhoods off the field to ensure that you're going to have success?
I think it plays a massive role in football. Like me and him were just at lunch, like not even half an hour ago, studying film together. So, and we try to schedule team bonding exercises outside of practice so we can just be stronger as a team. Like we'll have defensive days, we'll have offensive days where our groups just meet up together and we go have some fun, but we'll still have some football behind it.
So last year, this entire community was impacted by a troubling hurricane season. And obviously, we saw a lot of people in a lot of different communities coming together to help uplift each other through what was a very challenging time. You guys seeing things like that? I mean, you play the ultimate team sport, which is all about being together, bringing each other together. Basically, I am my brother's keeper. But also seeing that in the community the way that you did that also help build this bond to be even tighter?
I would say so. I would say the community as a whole affects the football team way more than you would think. Just having people there to support you, it brings your team together. It makes you want to play harder for each other and for the community as a whole, you know?
I mean,
talking with Devin Gales, the head coach of the Northport Bobcats. So, Coach, defensively, and obviously everybody loves to talk about the offense, the quarterback. Defensively, and I think this is where Northport in the last 2 or 3 years has really made the jump. They've been able to be much more competitive, especially on the defensive side of the ball. What are you looking at this year?
So defensively, we're very excited, especially about the staff that we have defensively. Coach Egloff comes back with his years of experience. He's been awesome. We brought in a new defensive coordinator to kind of help build through this. He came down. He coached Division II football for the past 3 or 4 years. He's coming down. And then we got a new defensive backs coach from Hillsborough that's a Northport high grad. So bringing those 3 together that all have very different realms of knowledge and putting them together has been really exciting for us, as well as seeing some guys on defense that the last couple years haven't really come onto the scene, as in Jackson Motherway and Aiden Guerra both starting at linebacker for us. Charles Cash is going to play some safety for us. And then we have a freshman safety as well that we're extremely excited for, and he's had an awesome summer. And you're going to see a bunch of him on varsity this season.
I want to come back to the community and football aspect that we were on before this, because did you have something that you wanted to add to that?
No, I completely agree with whatever Mason Owens said.
Okay, hey, listen, just want to make sure we're giving everybody a chance to, get out their thoughts with that. With that being said, one final question I do have for you guys is, not being in a district and being a freelance, being independent, I mean, it's a challenging thing. But it's like you guys still want to have the best high school careers you can have. You still want to go to college and play the game. You want to get those scholarships. Just talk to me about how you have to get yourself out of the mindset of we may not necessarily be able to compete in the state playoffs since we aren't necessarily an independent, and how challenging that is, but how it helps you keep yourself uplifted and motivated knowing that, well, I still have the power to play this game on the next level if I come out here and do what I'm supposed to do, whether I get to compete in those football postseasons as a high school player or not.
I mean, at the end of the day, I just get to compete. We take it day by day. I'm very grateful for all the 11 games we get to play, and I'm not going to lift my foot off the pedal on offense or defense. It makes me want to play harder for our next generations that get to play in the postseason.
I'd say it could be discouraging at times, but it makes you want to just, what Nick said, just build a better foundation for the people ahead of us. The people that are coming into the program, seeing them play in the playoffs and eventually maybe going to states, right? It's makes you want to play harder.
Devin Gales, head coach of the Northport Bobcats. Coach, thanks for joining us. Thanks for bringing these two fine young gentlemen down. Wish you nothing but the best of luck here in 2025, your first year at the helm of the Bobcats.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for having us again.
All right, thank you. And that'll do it for all the teams here at Suncoast Gridiron Media Day at Carroll GMC. We'll take a bit of a timeout. We'll come back and we'll put a neat little bow on this Gridiron Media Day number 3 here live at Carroll GMC. We'll be back. And welcome back to Suncoast Gridiron Media Day here live at Carroll GMC. Our day brought to you by Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida, locally owned, nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes and businesses across the Gulf Coast. Give them a call at 941-251-4257. That's 941-251-4257.
With that, guys, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having
James,
us.
you were here last year. Gia was here last year. Xavier, you and Rich, this is your first time doing this. And overall, I ask you guys first. Xavier, I'll start with you. What was your takeaway? What was your expectations? And what maybe was something that surprised you about today's festivities?
Well, all of the teams who had losing or dismal records last year, the ones who showed up here today, they all had a high spirit and a high energy about them. And sometimes you don't know what to expect with teams that are coming off of seasons like that. They don't know what to expect, especially if they're programs that are used to having seasons like that. But the beauty that it showed me today is that these guys are walking in with this everything's fresh, everything's new. And it's very refreshing to see that, because you know that you might see a new product out there on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And the teams who are the heavyweights in this area, like a Venice and Cardinal Mooney now with things like that, you see that, all right, they're proud of what they've accomplished in the past, but that's in the past. We now have to focus on this year, because if we don't win this year, it almost doesn't matter what we've done in the past.
Right. Rich, how about you?
The day-to-day. Every coach seemed to have the day-to-day attitude. You know, today's a good day, and then tomorrow we need to get up early and do it again. And I like Xavier thought the coaches that were on teams that were not doing so well, I thought they really brought a good passion. I got to say, I think Riverview's going to do much better with Coach Christiani. I thought their kids, the body language there was good. We started off with Port Charlotte and Jordan Ingman, and, he has built a program. He's built a power. I can't believe he's been here 14 years. That blew me away this morning. So, and then Cardinal Mooney and Booker.
Yeah.
I mean, Booker, their presence, they've got a good coach.
There's a family kind of a soul to what they do there. There's something cool about it. Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah, and I think Coach Woods is perfect to jump in to that program, and I would not be surprised to see Booker hoist the trophy this year.
And James, your second time here. Anything new this year, or maybe some similar things that come to you year to year?
Similar things, but what we can say, the 914 really plays football, right?
Mm-hmm.
You think about Venice and the success and winning state championships. They're humble, lunch pail. They want to get after it. They're not flashy, and they're not going to kind of show out, if you will. You think about Booker, the talent, the family atmosphere. They got a lot of players. You think about all of these programs. They came in here, and they really want to get after it. And the interesting thing is they talked about the weather and how they would get up early in the morning. It's a different routine, and get out there before it's 100 and whatever heat index. Maybe they play ball with 80 or 90 degrees, and then it's hot at the end.
Yeah. So I'll tell you this: today, having an interesting point of view, it was different, but it was fun to kind of host the event this time and get to talk to each coach, some a little more than others. But what they all are embracing now, and it's what it's going to be, is a high school football coach is the CEO of a corporation. Okay. Setting your offense is only a small part of what your job is as a head coach. Your culture, your temperament, your everything that goes into the color schemes of the uniforms, and all the different things that you would think that before you were a high school football player, they ordered green jerseys or blue jerseys. That's what you got. Now it's like, no, we got to have a black line here and do this. There's a lot of detail in it. I think all of these coaches I saw today embraced it. Some coaches were like older school coach might be like, I'm not going to worry about that, and then you wonder why you're 5-5 or you're 3-7. Your enthusiasm of your team isn't quite there. Where did it go? What happened with it? Nowadays, you've got to be that person. If you're not, man, it can get away from you real quick. There's no doubt about that. Guys, I'll ask you another question, too. I just happened to be passing, and I mentioned something, and Coach Clark from Cardinal Mooney was there, and I said, I think that there's 5 potential state finalists, in this area. We could see 5 teams, and there would be in the state finals. There could be more. And he said, who do you think? And I gave maybe the ones that you might think off the top, which is Venice, Manatee, Cardinal Mooney, Booker, and I mentioned Port Charlotte because you're right. Port Charlotte is building a program. If they can get that one signature regional final win, beat a Naples or beat somebody from Miami, I think that's going to they could be a shooting star for a while there. But I think there's more. I think there's up-and-comers. Who are your up-and-comers, or who do you think might be somebody we might be talking about in December?
So an up-and-comer for me is going to be Parish Community High School.
Okay.
For the past 3 years, that team has just been getting better and better. Coach Clark has done a great job of establishing the culture and building a program there. They were able to get what some postseason feels like last year. Not postseason success yet, but they were able to get a feel of what it means to play beyond the regular season. I think that's going to go a long way.
Yep.
And a team that's not new, but I think is making a comeback, I'm going to say the Southeast Seminoles, because Coach Bradley has came in there and he has completely changed the culture of that locker room around. That's no disrespect to what they had before, but I can tell you walking into that locker room 2 years ago compared to walking into there now, that is a completely different place. And obviously players come and go, coaches come and go, but the culture is just different. It's like you feel the symbolism of what Southeast football is. Like when I hear older people in the community always tell me, oh, Southeast used to be this, Southeast used to be that. They have that feel in their locker room again when you just see them in there, and that wasn't necessarily there 2 and 3 years ago. And them going 5-5 last year, I'm curious to see if they can continue to build on that and emerge even more as a power in Manatee County, and that's not just a flash in the pan season that caught people by surprise because they didn't know what to expect from this group in their first year under Coach Bradley.
Right. Rich?
Oh, Manatee County's loaded. I mean, that's the thing that, I mean, you're talking about Parish. Palmetto's the defending champion of that district is loaded.
Yeah, it's when you start looking up and see where they're at, it's like, wow, okay.
That district is, and I mean, Coach was like, well, our goal's not to win the district. Well, kind of has to be if you want to go far, or you're just going to play a whole bunch of road games and not be there. So, also, Lakewood Ranch is in that mix. And they're an up-and-coming program. They went 6-4 last year. So, to me, Manatee County, Braden River's got a long road to hoe. I think they've got the right coach. I think he's got the right temperament. I think it's going to take a couple of years.
Got to be patient with that one.
Absolutely. But just that's the thing. We didn't even talk to Manatee. We invited them, and then unfortunately they couldn't make it. But I mean, that county is just
they're all at a level now. There's no weak link. Right. Let's just say that for sure. James?
The Out-of-Door Academy.
Okay.
Don't sleep on them. Championship culture. It's a close-knit family environment. These guys are top-tier student athletes. When they leave here, they go to big-time historic universities because they're very smart.
Yeah.
And that's no disrespect to anyone else here. You also, another takeaway is you think about the teams here will play anybody, right? Cardinal Mooney is going to play STA. You think about what Venice is doing with their home and home. They'll go into Miami and play against a defending state championship team that they've played over the number of years.
Right.
But it's going to be a great season here. And even at Riverview, their running game and with Miller and with some of the players they have trying to restore that program should be special.
I look at the Palmetto program because he came in and they're 9-1 his first season. That's pretty good, and he came in late in the hiring process for that. And so Coach Sanders is done a really good job fitting into that program. I watch how they walk in and out of here with their players. Coach Bradley, Coach Sanders, they're part of that. They're part of that. They're part of that whole thing. They're not walking in and the kids are behind them. They're walking in with each other. You can see the camaraderie, the ease of the conversation. There's a lot to say about that, and that I saw that for sure. So those teams as well. I think of the other 5 I mentioned that could be definitely in the mix. But overall, it really is on the rise, and I think that's one of my things for this year. This area, this 3-county area, I think that there's a lot of teams that could come up and be heavy hitters in the playoffs in the next year.
Funny thing, I've been spending a lot of time out west with family, and I tell people all the time they can really play football in this side of Florida, and that's a beautiful thing.
And they are not afraid to play good teams. There's no doubt about that.
Rich
Xavier.
brought up Braden River, and it's funny that you bring up Sanders and Bradley and what they've been able to do at Southeast. I don't know if people realize this. They both were at Braden River for the longest.
Yes.
They were the two who were steering that ship there. Bradley as the head coach, Sanders as his offensive coordinator. And you saw that when they were there, just the culture that was in that locker room, and you saw a lot of it that wasn't there last year when they both exited. So I'm going to be very curious to see what Coach Grain's stamp is in that locker room and on that program as he goes into his second year this year. But what I feel like is honestly his first full year of being able to do it, considering that this time around he got a full off season.
And a lot of times we don't see both coaches leave at the same time. You would, if Coach Bradley would leave, Coach Sanders would be left behind, and that could have been who Coach Grain would have had as OC, but they both got opportunities to go someplace else. So there's no doubt about that. Wrap up real quick, guys, as well. The idea of this type of event, okay, a media day, the media in general. We talked about being the CEO of a company, but you've got to embrace the media these days, be it what we're doing right here, social media with Instagram and everything else that goes into it. If you're a football program that's not embracing it, man, the kids, I said to you guys earlier, on your own campus, you're trying to get the best athletes from your own school to play with you. If you're not doing all the cool things or involved with what's going on, cutting edge stuff right now, it's hard to get an enthusiastic student body to come on and play football with you. What do you guys think about that?
No, I agree with you on that 100%, but I can just speak just with my experiences with all of the coaches and athletic directors and different athletic departments I've had to encounter here in Sarasota and Manatee County. There is not one that I have not had a pleasant experience with. So we have great relationships with the media and the athletic departments and the different sports just throughout the entire two-county area. And I just want to give a shout-out to everybody who has played a role in that and everywhere whatsoever, because it's not like that everywhere. I mean, somewhere you do have coaches that won't talk to certain members of the media. They'll just give you 1 to 2 word answers. I mean, even when some of these coaches have some tough defeats, some of the toughest defeats of their careers, of their lives, they still come out, and even if they tell us, hey, just give me a second, they'll still come out and they'll willingly speak to us and give us what we need. And if we need to speak to a player, they'll let us speak to the players too. I mean, and that says a lot for what they're building those young men and young ladies in those cases too, of the cheerleading and other girl sports that we have too. That says a lot about the character that has been instilled in these young people.
I agree.
Of understanding that, hey, win with grace, lose with class.
No doubt.
No question about it. No, it was interesting. I was looking at the dais. We had 16 teams here. We only had 4 teams with losing records, and Riverview was 4-6. Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, and there's teams that are poised for turnarounds. I think Lemon Bay is going to definitely be better. I really loved what I heard from Jeff McBride at the Classical Academy. That does not sound like a coach that didn't win any games last year. He's going to turn that thing around. I think that's going to be great. But you talked about recruiting the hallways. Recruiting the hallways. Well, they've got to recruit the kids that are on the team too. They've got to make sure that they stay.
Right.
Because this culture that we're in now, people are bouncing around all over the place, and I think that is vital. And most of these coaches get it. They've got not only the hallways, but their own locker room. They've got to make sure that they're recruiting there.
Isn't that what we're saying at the NCAA level right now?
Absolutely.
And every season, your last game's over, and what are you doing? Run into your locker room saying, what can I do for you? You're not saying I'll see you when you go drop your stuff in the laundry bin and we'll see you when you get back. It's like, no, we need to figure out where you're going to be and what you're going to be doing. James?
You think about the media. The media is part of the process. So the football team has to lift weights. They have to do nutrition. They have to do walkthroughs, look at film. So the way I look at it is the media is part of that responsibility.
Yes.
They're going to get it on Saturday at wherever they go.
Right.
And definitely on Sunday and so on and so forth. So we're here for you, and you're always welcome.
Yeah, no doubt. With that, guys, thank you all for being here. You've made this, we've upped the level for our media day. I'm sure there's going to be a 4th, 5th, and 6th version of this, and I think I'd love to have you guys involved every single year. Thank you to Francis over there. Francis, Urban Aspect Media, bravo. Let's just say that Francis pulled yeoman's work as he came in late last night, and he got everything done, so he can go home and go to bed after this if he wants to. And once again, thank you to GMC, the Carroll GMC. I'll get it out of my mouth.
I did earlier too.
I keep on seeing the GMC up there. I'm looking up there and keep on seeing it.
I had to write it down.
But Monty Jacobs and everybody here did such a fantastic job.
The decorations,
my
goodness.
If you can see what we see in front of us here, there's an area for the players to sit when they're waiting. There's food. There's camera folks. There's all kinds of stuff.
And there was juice there, like you said. First couple years there wasn't that much juice. There was juice there most of the day.
Yeah, so you had that part of everything was really kicking in there really well. I want to thank Andy from Rivals.com, who we didn't get to see, but he was here as well. Vinny Portel, the new Sarasota Tribune reporter, as well. Gia Lancy, who had to leave, but Gia was here. She's throwing a few questions out there where she could get an opportunity, right? And all that stuff. And then, Rich, one more time for that read for us, if you can, if you got it in front of you.
Well, I got to open up my phone here real quick, but it is.
Thank you. But I want to thank Matt Geller and his crew. They're coming here. Go ahead.
At Mighty Dog Roofing of Southwest Florida.
Yes.
Locally owned, nationally backed, delivering exceptional roofing for homes and businesses across the Gulf Coast. That phone number again that you want to write down, 941-251-4257. That's 941-251-4257.
And it takes all you guys with the help of making phone calls and everything else you did to get this done. And I said I look forward to it again next
John,
year.
you did a great
job. And I look
bud.
forward to the football season. It starts in 2 weeks. And look forward to, again, seeing you all at the games. And hopefully we're smiling and everybody's winning. And we see a lot of football in December. I think that's what we'd all want to see.
Yep.
With that, thank you guys for watching us here. Really appreciate your viewership. Let everybody know out there. Link us up and watch the whole 7 hours if you want to again, or pick your spot out where you may. But we do appreciate it. Thank you for joining us today. Have a great day, and let's have a great football season. See you soon.